We're going to begin our study session on the budget. This is the priority setting study session for fiscal year 2025-2026. We're essentially kicking off our budget process for the fiscal year that will begin July 1. It's a long process. I know we have a number of new council members. I want to thank City Manager Jennifer McGuire, Assistant City Manager Lee Wilcox, City Manager's Budget Director Jim Shannon, and the team, everybody who has put a lot of work into both simultaneously preparing the mid-year report that we just heard in the morning session, as well as this initial study session. Historically, and this continues to be the case today, the primary purpose of this priority setting session is to get context on our fiscal situation and hear an update from city staff and get some updates on where we are fiscally and programmatically and get some initial feedback and insight from the administration, and then very importantly, hear input from council members. So council members, as we go through the two parts of today's session, I want to encourage you, in addition to paying close attention to all of the content staff will be sharing, to think in the back of your heads about the decisions that will be before us over the course of the budget process and ultimately in the June adoption of the budget. And I'll be listening, because your comments today will inform my March budget message, be listening for your priorities, your questions and concerns. I hope, I know this is not easy for any of us, but if there's any indication of things that might be less important or that you might be willing to trade off or things that you feel are lower priority for us or less impactful than other things, that's especially helpful insight to hear. As you all know, as we go through this budget process, and the charter kind of lays out a little bit about what that process looks like, and it's largely led by my office, but with incredible partnership with the city manager and her budget team. You know, we can't all discuss this in detail outside of a public meeting. So I'm thrilled to have and really want to thank Vice Mayor Foley, council members Cohen, Kamei, and Candelas for being willing to join the Budget Brown Act and work more closely with my budget team and I as we put together the March and later June messages and help guide this process. But this is a unique and important opportunity to kind of hear initial feedback and priorities and potential trade-offs, react to what the administration is putting forward, which is I've had a chance to go through it now, and I think it's some very thoughtful guidance and insight for us on where we ought to be going. And then we will pick up the conversation through all the budget study sessions around our community, our city service areas, our CSAs, the budget town halls that I'll be organizing, at least one in each of your districts, which you'll be invited to, and the whole process over the next, whatever it is, 4 or 5 months now. Okay, so thank you again to the team that has worked really hard to set up today. I think am I turning to Jennifer first for some additional comments?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council members, for the opportunity today to open up the first of many meaningful discussions on the 25-26 budget development process. We bring you a study session in two parts. In part one, we will dive into the 25-26 preliminary general fund forecast, identify the trends of major revenue and cost drivers of the general fund, provide some insight into community priorities as expressed in recent survey data, and discuss the administration's perspective on these priorities and how they inform potential budget balancing strategies for the City Council's consideration. We pause there and turn it back to you all for questions on what you've heard, feedback on potential budget balancing strategies, and how we should prioritize our limited resources. In part two, we'll dive into strategic planning efforts on the Reducing Unsheltered Homelessness focus area so that the City Council can better understand the challenges we collectively face and work we can do with limited resources in the short term to set us up for the long term. More on that later. Before I turn it over to Budget Director Jim Shannon to get us started, I want to acknowledge the challenge we face for you as decision makers, our community members, and employees that could be impacted by service reductions. As we go through this process, I want to reaffirm my commitment, and it's a really very firm commitment, that we will be very thoughtful and creative in our decision making to recommend a balanced budget that responsibly addresses our ongoing general fund shortfall, that also minimizes the impact on our most vulnerable communities and our employees to the maximum extent possible. However, decisions will not be made today, as the mayor has already indicated. Instead, today is a day of learning, questions, engaging in dialogue, and sharing your perspectives on the city's most important priorities for inclusion in the budget process. The feedback you provide will help shape future conversations and the formal direction that will come through your approval of the Mayor's March budget message next month. Before I turn it over to Budget Director Jim Shannon, I want to add my sincere thank you to those senior staff members that the Mayor already mentioned, but also add thanks to those executive staff that did a lot of work on today's presentation. As they say, it takes a village. So in the City Manager's Office of Administration Policy and Intergovernmental Relations, I also want to add my thanks to Tom Westfall, Peter Hamilton, and Eric Jensen. In the City Manager's Budget Office, I'd like to add my thanks to Bonnie Duong, Claudia Cheng, Selena Ubando, Bryce Ball, William Yu, and Jennifer Tell. And in the Housing Department, add my thanks to Banu San, Cupid Alexander, and Carly Wolak. So thank you very much. And Jim, you can take it away and get us started.
All right, thank you very much, Jennifer. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for having us again to kind of dive into the preliminary forecast for 2026. So we want to start with, again, sort of recapping sort of the economic context that we are in. It is, I'm going to time myself. There we go. The economy, like I said, is relatively healthy, but we are experiencing only modest growth, and we are battling some headwinds. As we mentioned earlier, the good news is, real estate prices are increasing, but transaction volume is low. Office vacancies, of course, still remain high. Our technology sector is impacted by layoffs, lower levels of venture capital investment, which will tamp down future job growth. We're seeing relatively low levels of private development activity. And as you can see here again from this employment growth, we're pretty stagnant on our employment growth. And overall, our region has slight population declines. And so, we look to have those metrics growing to be able to grow our revenues, and they're not really growing appreciably at the moment. And then there's really the wild card factor of what federal actions are going to do related to future uncertainty or the economy broadly. I mean, no one really has any answers to that, of course. We're going to be thinking about that, though, over the next few weeks. And it'll probably really go into some of our pessimistic scenario modeling as we think about the different options for our 5-year forecast. Looking at our preliminary general fund revenue estimates, and again, I just want to say that we're spending a lot of time talking about some specific numbers and some specific shortfalls, but these are all preliminary. We really came up with these back in early December, primarily based on October data. So this is going to change. I mean, for sure, these numbers are going to be different when you see them again in just a few weeks, but the overall story we think is still going to be similar, and we really want to make sure you feel a confidence level about why we're in the situation that we're in. But with that being said, here are overall components of the general fund revenues that really impact where our forecast is heading. The two largest, and we are going to get into in more depth, property tax, sales tax, which is our two largest. They almost pay for police and fire. So the rest of our revenues pays for everything else that the city does in the general fund. Both of those are economically sensitive categories. Then we have our franchise fees and utility taxes, which are related to utility services. And then we have our business tax, which we'll get into a little bit. The other larger categories are licenses and permits, fees, rates, and charges at about $52 million. These are reimbursements for services rendered to individual customers or businesses, so there's a fee-for-service aspect to that. Transfers and reimbursements, there is a number of reimbursements that capital and special funds give to the general fund for our services rendered. There is a large portion of that is related to overhead. There's a very detailed cost allocation model the finance department develops to allocate cost to reimburse the general fund for all the services that we render to the different enterprise funds and various lines of business in the city. So that comes back as a source of revenue to the general fund. And then we have this slice of other, which we do have a lot of other revenue streams, but they're all relatively small in number. Some examples are we've got our telephone tax at about $22 million. We have use of money and property at $21 million. A lot of that is interest earnings from our cash balance. We've got some revenue from local agencies at $19 million. We've got our TOT tax, which preliminarily is at $18 million in the general fund, although I'm not sure it's going to stay there. We have fines, forfeitures, and penalties, about $16.7 million. A big chunk of that is our parking citations. And we have some revenue from the state, about 12 million, including some from our tobacco settlement and a handful of other revenue pieces. So I'm not going to get into some of those other smaller ones, but we do have sort of a diverse array, but the largest ones are the ones we want to talk about here. So starting with property tax, it is our largest source of revenue in the general fund, and this is the one that we try to spend the most time of and try to get right, but not, and acknowledge that we want to be as close as we possibly can, but we can't be too far wrong on property tax. It's so big that if we were to overestimate property tax, we would be in a real problem. And so we really try to figure out what we think is a defensible estimate that we can push, but not push too far. But it is not, when the bill that folks pay on property tax, of course, not all that goes to the city. It's really roughly about 14 to 15% goes to cities. You see the split of that dollar there. So the city's portion and the city's in lieu vehicle license fee, which is sort of an interesting transfer of funds that gets assessed through the property tax. So just want to give a sense of how that property tax dollar is split up. And then we have these different categories within property tax, our secured, our unsecured, SB 813, which is a reassessment of the property after the property changes hands, and a little bit for aircraft and our homeowners property tax relief. Most of what we're going to be talking about today is our secured property tax, because that is by far our largest source of revenue for property tax. But before we get to that, you may have seen this slide before. This is a representation of sort of property tax available per capita, and it sort of shows how San Jose is positioned relative to its neighbors. This is really a reflection of land use in San Jose. So the more land use that is allocated for commercial and industrial uses, the taxes generated on a property tax, and when we see later on sales tax, are disproportionately quite a bit higher than what we see from residential uses. And because San Jose is, primarily a residential city, our property tax per capita is lower. So those land use decisions that you make as city council, the ones that have been made for decades, those have ramifications over the medium and the long term. The more we have large employers as part of our city, the more those property tax per capita go up. I don't have any. I'm not going to speak to that. If some of these property taxes in different cities may have slightly different uses, may not all be available to the general fund, but it's a representation of what the resources are available to those jurisdictions broadly. Looking at secured property tax, which is our largest component, it's broken up into three different main categories. We have our general secured, which is your basic property tax assessment on the valuation of the property. Then I'm going to skip one for a second. And then we've also got a successor agency to the redevelopment agency. So the portion of the former redevelopment area in San Jose, to the extent that debt service is paid on outstanding bonds, the excess property tax generated from that geographical area then flows into the general fund. And so we started receiving that after we did a really big bond refunding in 2017, I think. And so now we see about $25 to $27 million annually. Then there's this category called Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund, ERAF. It's a very complicated mechanism by which, back in the early 90s when the state was having problems, they said, hey, cities and counties, we're going to take your property tax, we're going to use it to fund schools. To the extent that property tax fills up this bucket enough, you can get the overflow and it comes back to you. There's a methodology by how counties calculate what that ERAF allocation is. The state controller's office kind of takes issue with how some of the counties are doing that calculation currently. And so our county of Santa Clara filed some preemptive litigation because they assert that their allocation is right. However, there is some risk there because if the state controller's office prevails, potentially the city could lose $8 million on an ongoing basis from its ERAF projections and $30 million of a one-time clawback. And so, again, this is, we're not taking down the revenue estimate because of that, but we just do want to reflect that there is some risk that's out there with our property tax revenue proceeds. So we need to think about that as we go through the budget process. And overall, we can see that property tax has been slowing compared to recent years. So we saw some pretty decent growth, especially when some of that property changed hands. Immediately after the pandemic, we had a pretty big uptick. We also had some commercial property that was changing hands, but that transaction rate has slowed. We are now seeing some weakness in the commercial sector. I was rereading the county assessor's valuation report for 24-25, and he noted that there are some pretty large existing valuations under appeal from the commercial side that could have an impact in the future. We don't have an estimate as to what that is, but that is sort of a weakness, which is why you see some of the growth rates lower in the current year and the out years than what we have in the current year. And of course, our overall low levels of construction contribute to that too, because new construction is going to be worth more in almost every case than the existing property. So that's a little bit about the property tax estimate. So let's talk about sales tax. Here we have the distribution of how that 9.375% is split out. So the city gets directly 1.25 of that. We get the Bradley Burns, or the general sales tax, we also call it. Then we've got our local tax. It's our Measure B we passed in 2016. That's a quarter cent. And then we've got a little bit of the Public Safety Fund Prop 172. And so that is an allocation formula that the state does about how that gets split up amongst all the jurisdictions in California. Just to give a sense of reference, our tentative estimate is about $270 million for our Bradley Burns, about $60 million for our local, and about $8 million for our Prop 172. So by far, most of it is in the Bradley Burns component. And here we want to show again the disparity of how we might look compared to our neighbors, and how the land use contributes to that. It's the consistent trade-off between having a balance between jobs and housing has long-term impacts to the city. I suspect that Cupertino bubble will go down in the future, as they recently had a reclass of the Apple sales tax proceeds away from Cupertino, so I'm sure that number will shrink quite a bit in the future. Now, getting into a little bit of how property tax is doing over a multi-year period, and so sales tax, excuse me, thanks, Lena. So a couple of graphs here. The one on the left-hand side, and we are really talking here about our general sales tax, our biggest component of it, and we're talking about the economic sectors and the economic components of it. There's some one-time adjustments that we're kind of factoring out here just to kind of give a sense of a year-over-year comparison. So that pie chart on the left-hand side is by the various districts, by the different economic sectors that is a part by economic sector, and trying to think ahead of some examples, because I asked Selena to prepare some examples for me, but I forgot to check them right now. But if you look at business to business, these are businesses selling to each other. For general retail, there are, well, as she pulls it up, then I will talk through them. Here we go, perfect. So for general retail, we've got some department stores, apparel stores, furniture and appliance, drug stores, recreation products. Our food products are restaurants, food markets, liquor stores, stuff like that. Transportation is generally auto sales, new and used. Service stations and any auto parts and repair shops. Construction is the construction and the building materials and supplies. And the business to business is sort of a lot of different types of business. So we have office equipment, leasing, light industry, heavy industry, electronic equipment, business services, energy sales, chemical products, et cetera, IT infrastructure. And then everything that doesn't really fall into that is in the miscellaneous, which looks like sort of healthcare and government sales tax proceeds. And so then we also have the dollar there, a comment from from Councilmember Mulcahy about what the dollar amounts are broken out there for 23-24. And then we can see how those sectors have changed over a multi-year period. So you can see we had some pretty good year-over-year growth in 21-22 to 22-23, especially in the business-to-business side over both of those two-year periods, and then quite a bit for transportation and food products in 21-22. And here's kind of where we can see, as we were coming out of the pandemic, we definitely had a surge of sales tax buying. We were buying more things coming out of the pandemic. That is now shifted out. As that stickiness has worn off, as the economic weakness has set in to some extent. And now you can see that in 23-24, a lot of our sectors were down year over year, with the exception of business to business, which is probably really because we had sort of a one-time big business to business payment in our winter quarter of last year that we probably won't see again this year. And then food products as well. And even our county pool, which is where we receive the majority of our online sales tax transactions, is trending lower and is down year over year too. So all areas of concern, which is why right now we're seeing a tentative shortfall of 25 to 30 million in the current year, and slow growth thereafter. This slide here, we've talked through most of those different quarter adjustments. We think that underperformance will continue, and you can see the growth that we had in the prior years. We actually ended in 23-24 lower than we did in 22-23. And so preliminarily, we think we're going to end 24 about where 21-22 ended. And so that's sort of the state that we're in. So even though we do project a growth in sales tax in 25-26, we're doing so from a lower starting point. And so that's what's negatively impacting our forecast performance. We will, though, be getting data in a couple weeks about how we did in the Christmas quarter, which is October, November, December. So we're going to get that. We'll just really have a number. We won't have any analysis behind it, but it'll still inform how we want to potentially revise our sales tax estimate on a going forward basis. And then just briefly, I don't want to get too much into all these charts and graphs, but we do get quite a bit of revenue related to our utility services. And while the increase in the bills has been certainly hit the city on a cost basis, and certainly our residents and businesses when they're paying their bills, it is a much higher source of general fund revenue than it has been in the past. This is also a revenue category that is not as economically sensitive, and really isn't, compared to sales tax and property tax. It's really dependent on what the rates are doing and on what the weather's like. If it's cold in the wintertime and hot in the summertime, then we get more utility tax proceeds, and vice versa if it's a more moderate climate. The franchise fees you'd think it would mimic pretty closely to what utility tax does, but it just doesn't. It's sort of a weird little animal. It's paid by the companies that are providing the service, whereas the utility is a surcharge on the bill. But they are, again, a larger revenue source that is not necessarily economically sensitive. But one that is business taxes, at least a portion of them. I would say that the card room tax really probably doesn't fall into that category. That's a pretty stable revenue source no matter what the economy is doing. Our cannabis tax has been a declining revenue source. So that revenue just a few years ago used to be 15 to 16 million. Now it's around 12 to 11 million, trending downward, one, because of uses, and two, because we had a couple of dispensaries close. Our disposal facility, so these are fees paid at a disposal facility when you're throwing away refuse. And so that has been relatively stable over the years at about the $12 million level. And then our general business is the general business tax for all other businesses in San Jose. That's roughly been around the $26 to $30 million range over the past number of years. But that growth has dropped off. If you see over there in the chart what our preliminary estimate is, definitely down in 23-24, and we expect that to be down a little bit in 24-25 and held flat, at least tentatively, for the next fiscal year. Now we move over to the expenditure side, and this is a high-level view of the general fund expenditures by departments, at the department level, and then we also have a number of categories that are non-departmental. And it's not a surprise that police and fire are the biggest components of the general fund. That's very common to every California city, as we pay for police and fire because we're the only ones who do that. So that's always going to be the biggest source for most California cities. Again, the sum of property and sales tax almost pays for police and fire. It's a little bit, this is the first year you'll see such a big difference between police and fire. The retirement actuary and the retirement boards changed the allocation of the retirement methodology for the Tier 1 payments. So they used to assess the unfunded actuarial liability by payroll, and now they do it by the asset class between police and fire. So it's the same amount to the general fund, but now it's a little bit more toward police and less toward fire. The net amount is the same, but the police department's budget looks like it goes up. Police department looks like it goes down, but it's just an allocation of the different types of retirement costs. So then you can see then our third biggest department, though, is PR&S, our Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services, followed by Public Works, Transportation, and so on down the line. On our non-departmental side, we have a little bit for ongoing for capital contributions and committed additions. We have some ongoing transfers to other funds. We have we specify out the general fund contribution for interim housing in accordance with the requirements of our interim housing portfolio, which we'll get into a little bit more, and then a lot more into the part two. And then a variety of other citywide expenditures. These are things like our workers' compensation claims. These are things like our general liability claims, the San Jose Best Program and Safe Summer initiatives paid out of here. And then we have a very small amount of reserves on an ongoing basis. Most of them are just the rebudgeting of our our contingency reserve is one of the primary components of that, but not a lot on an ongoing basis. Now, here is the chart showing the expenditures by type of expense. So now we've had it by department and non-departmental. Now this is the types of things that we're spending money on. And as you can see, About 75% of what we spend money on is on people, because we are a service-oriented agency, and so most of our costs are spent on the people delivering those services. And so we've got about 45 or 44 or so in salaries and other compensation. We got about 5.5 for health and fringe. Retirement contributions are about a quarter, and then we've got this other slice of about 27%, which is our non-personal equipment. Those are the supplies, materials, contractual services, our citywide expenses, our interim housing contributions, our contingency reserve, and a couple of earmarked reserves, and some ongoing transfers to other funds, and a little bit for capital contributions. Looking at the salary compensation side a little bit more in depth, there's a couple of charts here showing both the position growth on an all funds basis, which is, you can see there starting from 2016 to 2026, and then you see personal services as a percentage of the general fund, which you can see it's a little interesting here. The actual proportion between salaries and other compensation, retirement contributions, and health and other fringe has relatively been stable throughout the number of years, so those have all sort of risen sort of similarly. Looking over that overall period, you've gone from about $998 million to about $1.22 billion over that 4-year horizon. All in, that's about an annual average growth of about just a little bit less than 7.5% over that multi-year period. So certainly, the cost of our people is one of our biggest costs, and it is a growing cost. Drilling down on retirement more specifically, some of you have seen this chart before, but it's really illustrative of where we've been and the work that we've done to get to where we are. 20 years ago, we paid about $46 million for retirement costs in the general fund, and it was only about 6.5% of the overall budget. Now it's about 17.2% of the general fund and $366 million of actual costs. But you can see that spike that happened there in 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12. Those were like the existential crisis years, where it was really during the Great Recession, where investment loss were hitting. We had readjustments in what the expected rate of return was for our retirement portfolio. And so if you would have looked at the forecast in 2011, 2012, it would have looked bleak. It would have looked like these lines were going up to infinity. But the community and the council and staff at the time did a lot of the hard work. There was the retirement reform, a lot of other actions, and so that contribution as a percentage of the general fund is really flatlined. And so that's given us a little bit of capacity and breathing room over the last 10 or 12 years to stabilize somewhat, and we are still heading in the downward direction. And if you look at actuarial projections, this is the most recent one. This is just for police and fire because it's almost all in the general fund. There's another one for federated, but that's only about 45% in the general fund, so I wanted to focus here. But it looks like, over the next few years, our retirement costs are going to top out, and we should be going down. As we're paying off our unfunded actuarial liability, it's like we've had a giant mortgage for a number of years, and we're paying that mortgage off, and we're almost getting toward the end of it and on the downward slope. And so that is definitely really good news. It is, though, assuming that future projections are taken into account, that we continue to get a return of 6 5/8% on an average annual basis. That doesn't always happen, and we're going to need to factor in potential UAL impacts in the future, depending on the wage increases that were higher than the previous actuarial projection. So that UAL is probably going to be a moving target, and we could see that go up for a variety of different reasons. One of them could be wages as well as in investment losses. But I want to caution, we've kind of been here before. So a couple years ago, the actuarial projections were showing that we were at peak retirement, and retirement was going to be going down. And it didn't go down because we did have some retirement returns that were pretty below where the estimated range was. And so even though retirement costs are overall lower now, since we had that awesome year in 2021, and we are definitely in a better spot than we were pre-pandemic-wise in terms of retirement contributions, but we are not as good as we hope to be. So what I kind of use this slide for is cost. Like, retirement is supposed to get better, but exactly when and counting on retirement costs to be lower is not a sure thing, and so we need to plan accordingly. And just a few other items here on our costs. So again, non-personal equipment, which is a smaller portion of the general fund, but still very important. Electricity costs continue to go up. We do have water rates, so we all pay those costs as well as a city providing services. The cost to maintain our information technology applications, our janitorial and security services, our equipment leases, all those are increasing costs that we're wrestling with as we go through our base budget development process. Committed additions are a category whereby we've got new capital projects set to come online that now we need to operate and maintain. So there's ongoing operating costs to maintain these new facilities. Primarily, these are Measure T related. We got Fire Station 32 coming on it over the next year, Fire Station 36 a couple years after that, and then we also have our police training facility coming on soon. So those have costs that are built into our forecast. So we call them committed additions because when we authorized the construction, we added them permanently to our base budget unless council takes a different action later on in the budget process. And that's going to go from about $5 million in 25-26 to about $30 million in 26 by 29-30, excuse me. And then we've got, in our citywide expenses, we do have some COLAs and cost of living increases for our community-based organizations that we support, but this is also where we have our interim housing portfolio. So the general fund contribution to the interim housing portfolio to make sure that we maintain and build out what council's already authorized in terms of the interim housing units, the motel and the converted motels and hotels, the safe sleeping sites, the safe parking sites. So that is a contribution that is estimated about $30 million in 25-26 and would increase to $90 million in 29-30. We are reevaluating that all the time. We're going to continue to reevaluate that over the coming weeks. And Eric and Housing Department will get into more on that in our next session here. So what that means is that we've got some relatively weak revenue growth, and we still have costs that are continuing to increase at the same pace that they had been previously. And so because of that, we've got a shortfall. So we already knew we were going to have a shortfall when we adopted the 24-25 budget. At that time, it looks like 25-26 was going to be around $39 million. But because of the additional sales tax weakness, primarily that has now increased to $60 million tentatively. If we had resolved that $60 million on an ongoing basis, fully resolved, we would have an additional $30 million to resolve in 26-27. So it's not a one-year thing. We got to grapple with this over a couple year period. But it also doesn't include a lot of things that we think are important. It doesn't include any unmet or deferred infrastructure investment or maintenance needs. There's some services, about $8.5 million funded on a one-time basis that kind of act like ongoing services. The good news is this used to be a much higher figure. This was in the $20 to $30 million range, and we've really worked hard. One of city manager's priorities was to get a structurally balanced. So that is definitely a smaller number than it used to be, but still something that we need to think about. And there's always going to be some new target investments or something that we'd have to address sort of at the moment that we're going to need to make room for as part of the budget process. So, so it's definitely going to be something that we're going to be grappling with over this next few weeks and months. But I'm going to pause now and turn this over to Sarah to talk about some local perceptions.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Sarah Sarate, Director of the Office of Administration, Policy, and Intergovernmental Relations. With limited resources and a projected general fund shortfall, it's helpful to understand what residents care most about. Fortunately, through a number of community surveys, the city has a pretty good sense of local perceptions. Each year, the city auditor asks city residents, if the city government could change one thing to make San Jose a better place to live, what change would you like to see? This is an open-ended question, allowing respondents to provide direct feedback to the city. Importantly, the community survey is a statistically significant sampling of San Jose residents that is weighted to ensure that the final data results are a balanced sample closely reflecting the San Jose demographic profile. This is distinct from polling that the city conducts to understand how the electorate feels about specific issues that could appear on a ballot. Mr. Wilcox will provide an example of the latter later in the presentation. These top issues are fairly consistent from year to year, with two exceptions. This year, improving public safety and reducing crime tied with housing affordability at 17% each. More residents are rating general cost of living as an issue than in previous years. The latter concern with general cost of living is one highlighted across many surveys of Californians. Indeed, according to the Public Policy Institute of California, cost of living is the top concern for Californians generally. A comparison of the top issues facing San Jose residents to those of Californians suggests that the challenges facing San Jose are broader than local-only challenges. And while we tend to focus on areas in need of improvement, I think it's worthwhile to note the services that are consistently rated quite highly, with the airport and libraries maintaining their top rankings, and some areas growing in improvement, including fire protection and prevention services and variety of arts and cultural offerings as examples. Likewise, the 10 lowest ranked city services are also remarkably consistent year to year. Though there were minor changes in the order, this year's 10 lowest ranked city services are the same as last year's, although we see some improvement in police protection in neighborhoods, reducing gang activity, and cleaning up trash. Those 10 lowest ranked services or areas for improvement are where the administration continues to prioritize additional resources and attention through the focus areas and city service area key priorities. Here we've mapped them with our current focus areas and residents' top 4 issues, showing their close alignment.
Thank you, Sarah. Lee Wilcox, Assistant City Manager. So this slide will be familiar to many of you. It's what we went through last year as an administration and council and finally adopted. And I would say, coming out of the pandemic, Mayor Mahan, City Manager McGuire wanted to provide more focus to the administration. The workforce of 6,994 individuals during COVID had a variety of priorities that they were trying to achieve. But yet, if we were going to be focused on the residents' most pressing needs, we needed to be more focused on our approach with the limited resources at our disposal. So in addition to the focus areas and trying to address all of those in our continued construct of our service delivery model, and on top of the 98 core services and 264 businesses, the administration and council have adopted this as a way to move forward focused on the highest priorities as well as key priorities in each of the city service areas, or CSAs, knowing that there's other critical work that might be important to parts of our community that don't necessarily align with a focus area. It was important to move forward with some of those. In addition, none of these things can actually get delivered without a healthy organization to achieve those desired outcomes. So under strategic support, you'll see the city manager's foundational strategic support focus areas where we look at customer service, racial and social inequities, balancing the general fund, which we just spent an awful lot of time structurally balancing it, driving organizational performance, and making San Jose a great place to work, where we talk about recruitment and retention. All of these things are important to achieve the deliverables that our community expects. We've been able to balance this new approach and the focus on our focus areas, in addition to driving and monitoring and looking for efficiencies of the 98 core services and 264 programs through innovation. New programs to address the council focus areas while still maintaining an eye on the horizon to future topics, priorities, and organizational health. However, as Jim has mentioned, this year's approach is different. We've been able to do that over the last 2 years by growing this triangle, growing the pie with resources. However, as we approach this year, it will require a shift in strategies from the administration and council with a more limited focus on priorities to achieve these desired outcomes. These shifts started last year with the city managers to direction to department heads on budget proposals. So in addition to recommending ongoing reductions or eliminations to achieve our ongoing deficit, or to close our ongoing deficit, Jennifer asked departments to look at restructuring lower priority services and programs. This not only helps with bringing the general fund into alignment, but it also may allow for more limited focus and resources to support the outcomes related to the city council focus areas or other priorities that the council may deem important. With the deficit, I do want to emphasize again, this triangle will close. It will become smaller. Even with the options that Jim will walk through in the next part to close our deficit, when we look at whether it's a key CSA priority or a focus area, we're talking about things that are not straightforward. That list that Sarah shared with you is not what City Hall was once charged with doing. Addressing homelessness, looking at affordability, trying to get the state and county to work more closely with us on reducing crime. These are things that require more transformational leadership, innovation and service delivery, and a lot of capacity from the folks in this room sitting behind us today. Because of this and the budget forecast, the administration's perspective moving forward for this year is pursuing a budget balancing strategy that responsibly addresses the ongoing general fund budget shortfall, works to minimize impacts on our most vulnerable communities, and preserves capacity to make progress on focus areas or any other critical priorities that the administration and council deem necessary.
All right, so with that assessment of the priorities and the community information, I wanted to get into some potential budget balancing strategies that are informed by that information. First, set a little bit of historical context just to where we've been in the past. We've been in some pretty tough times before. So over the last 20 or so years, we've resolved as a city over $760 million of ongoing general fund shortfalls. And so it does, you know, it's not good to be back here again, but we've certainly dealt with more challenging scenarios than the one that we are about to face. But so it informs our approach to this, but also lets us know that we're already sort of at a pretty limited capacity. We had about 75 FTE across all of our funds right at the turn of the century, and we still haven't yet got back to that spot. So we're just below 7,000 positions. And so that kind of gives some context about how thin we are. And so even the small reductions are sort of hard to come by because we don't have a lot of room left in the budget without really impacting services. So we want to make sure that we take a holistic approach to balancing the budget. What you see on the right-hand side is our service delivery framework, which thinks about the way we can deliver direct services to the community and make sure we accomplish City Council's priorities. We have to think about the sustainability of the services. We need to think about our support infrastructure, our HR, IT, our finance, our public works, the infrastructure, the built environment to deliver those services, how we are delivering them, what our goals are, and what our current performance status, and most importantly, have the staff that we can retain, attract, and develop a quality workforce to make sure those services happen. So we need to think about all this as we're going into our budget process. Our overall goal is to make sure we're aligning our limited resources with the council's most important priorities in acknowledgement of that service delivery framework. And so when we bring forward and the city manager releases her budget request for 25-26, it's going to contain a set of guidelines that'll provide some broad strategies for how to achieve a balanced budget with the direction that will ultimately come forward in the March budget message. But there are 5 key strategies that we are wanting to suggest here for City Council feedback and discussion. So number 1 is regarding Measure E, and we would like the council to consider a permanent change to Measure E policies that could allow for more flexible use of Measure E revenues for homeless sheltering and support. As you all know, the city has become a very major provider of homeless sheltering and support services. It's a role we didn't occupy prior to the pandemic, but now we're one of the major service providers in the region. Without strong economic growth or a new revenue source, the level of ongoing general fund support for that service that has already been directed by council. This is without the expansion. Which is what is currently under construction and currently being offered, and is the community's top priority, which Sarah just walked through. Will require some pretty substantial cuts to other core existing community services. And so we're recommending changing the City Council Policy 1-18, Section 22, where Measure E lives, to allow some more flexible use of those revenues. It is a general purpose revenue. It's by council policy that we have identified it for specific uses to allow us for some more flexibility to significantly reduce the potential shortfall. Here is our current estimate for Measure E revenues is about $55 million in 25-26. Again, we're going to reevaluate this, and it can certainly vary a decent amount on a year-to-year basis. And it shows the different expenditure categories that the current policy provides for and the percentage of the revenue that should be allocated to those spending categories in each fiscal year. So if you take the $55 million and you allocate it accordingly, you take the 5% of program administration off of the top, and then the rest of the percentages is split off of the remaining balance. And so there would be about $39 million that is currently allocated for future affordable housing projects and development. That if reallocated, if given the flexibility to reallocate that to immediate service delivery, could potentially reduce the shortfall from $60 million to $21 million. And so, we don't have a specific recommendation, and of course, we're not asking you to make a decision. This is about thought and feedback. A couple of different ways that it could be structured. One of them could be to in years where the general fund is forecasted to have a shortfall, to have up to 90% of those revenues flexibly used for homelessness sheltering and support services, with a mechanism built in to restore some of that funding as the general fund improves in the future. Another option would be sort of a more permanent change of the percentages, sort of no matter what is going on with the general fund, but in years where the cost of homeless sheltering and support is below where the Measure E revenues come in. So if Measure E revenues are substantially higher, that excess amount could then flow toward other uses, including affordable housing. So just a couple of different options there to get council thoughts and feedback on. I think in either scenario, though, I know that the administration is working on strategies and is conducting our due diligence to fund affordable housing preservation and development through other means. So I know Eric, our housing director, is really working on different strategies there. So no matter what happens with Measure E, we still need to identify additional sources for affordable housing development. So we will continue on that work. Budget strategy number 2 is looking at cost reduction. So we will need to make some ongoing cost reductions, sort of no matter what happens if the level of shortfall holds. The challenge, though, is that not all of our general fund is discretionary, and only about half of it is. So there are some costs that we're going to have to pay no matter what. So the unfunded actuarial liability and other pensionable employment benefits, or the retiree health care, those portions of the retirement contributions are going to need to be paid because that's what the city owes. Even if we don't have any staff tomorrow, we're still going to have to pay a big chunk of that, at least in the near term. We also have some expenses that are revenue offset. They're maybe paid by fees and charges, or they're maybe paid by certain revenues we get from the state. We have to make sure that we turn around and use those for transportation improvements, and there's a portion of our sales tax that does that. So we have to, those really aren't eligible for cutting. So what that means is that we've got sort of a limited amount of the general fund to work with here, which makes it a little bit more challenging. In the beginning of December, sort of knowing that we were going to be facing a substantial shortfall, the city manager gave out some preliminary direction to departments to start the budget development process. That included a $50 million reduction target as a means by which we can get options to evaluate some of the best ways to address our budgetary shortfall while still prioritizing our most critical needs. We're going to have to really still continue our focus on racial and social equity because these cuts are going to impact our community members. It does not mean, though, that the cuts would be applied uniformly or by these percentages. We would make a recommendation based on what the council direction was in the March budget message, and then think through what the right suite of proposals is to meet that direction. We do want to provide a little bit of context for what that could look like, though. Each budget cycle is going to bring, its unique combination of opportunities. We are going to look at different revenue sources. There are going to be some cost reductions that we're going to be able to find that won't impact community services at all. Those opportunities present themselves in every budget cycle. But with this level of shortfall, there will be some service level reduction that will be required. This is a list, again, not the administration's recommendation, but gives an overview of the types of services that would be considered. These are a partial lifting of services that have previously been considered for reduction and or may need to be considered for future reduction, some of them new. If all of the departmental sort of reductions were to be taken in the theoretical scenario, that could impact over 180 positions. So certainly something that could be substantial. Number 3 is the strategic and limited use of the budget stabilization reserve. So that is going to be part of our process, but as we talked about before in the mid-year, we just don't have a lot of that, and it's a very limited source, and it's really only a one-time source. $53 million, again, is very small for a city of our size, even though the dollar amount itself looks really, really big. We got to make sure that these resources are still available to partially offset our lack of ending fund balance in 24-25, which we'll talk about in a second. Provide some limited one-time funding for critical needs in 25-26. There's things are probably going to happen in 25-26 that we don't expect, and we're going to need that budget stabilization reserve to use later. So we need to preserve some of that to use later, and then maybe even later still in 26-27, depending on how that shortfall does in that fiscal year. But I want to kind of show this, that we're already really using it, right? We just used $8 million of it earlier this morning. And we got this figure called $25 million. It's called estimated offset to one-time shortfall of ending fund balance, beginning fund balance. And so it's a little complicated, but I want to talk through it. It's important. When we do our 5-year forecast, again, we always assume that we have some amount of fund balance on an ongoing basis. It's a combination of excess revenues and expenditure savings that was not individually budgeted, but we're going to capture as part of to know that we're going to end the year with a little bit of extra, but then we're going to immediately put that extra right back on the table and spend it in the following fiscal year. Normally that amount is around $25 to $30 million. Earlier I said, we think we can offset the $25 to $30 million sales tax shortfall by tightening up on our cost control so that we end the year and we break even. If that's all we do is break even, that's not really good enough, because our 5-year forecast would otherwise assume we have an additional $30 million of savings on top of that. Well, we don't think we're going to have $30 million. Even if it gets a little better, we're not going to have the full amount. But we don't think that's an ongoing fund balance problem. We think that's a one-time issue because the sales tax figure is so different from 24-25 than what we expected. And so we would anticipate probably using some of our our budget stabilization reserve to offset the one-time shortfall of ending fund balance in 24-25. We would bring that to you sort of later on in the process once we had a better idea of sort of where that was ending up, but that's part of the process, and that is in our preliminary model. If that happened at that amount, we would only have then $28 million remaining. We'd only have 50% going into the 25-26 proposed budget development process. And so we're probably going to need more of that because probably need to use more for unexpected purposes. So we want to use it to strategically offset our one-time shortfall in the fund balance, provide a funding source for a very limited number of strategic one-time investments. We really want to try to match our one-time funding sources with our one-time expenditures, and make sure that we've got some reasonable balance to address future uncertainty. Number 4 would be preserve gains from the recent budget cycles where we can. We've made a lot of progress in the City Council focus areas. We've made a lot of progress in some key areas regarding select core service work, strategic support, and deferred infrastructure areas. To the extent that we can, we want to try to maintain that ground. Maybe because we can't add a lot of funding for this budget cycle, we want to take the opportunity to apply recent lessons learned to improve, experiment, and refine our service delivery. Just because we're not spending more money doesn't mean we can't get better at spending the money that we do have. And number 5 is a very extremely limited and targeted amount of new investments. And in each year, there's going to be the need to address a select few urgent priorities and to minimize some imminent risk. We will always have we have a lot of unmet deferred infrastructure maintenance needs, but we can only address a tiny fraction of it. We will have some furniture, fixtures, and equipment associated with opening and Measure T facilities that those costs are non-bond eligible, so we'll need some general fund funding for that. There will probably be a small handful of urgent service deficiencies we need to address. We want to make sure we're set up to have a safe and successful 2026 for our sporting events. And there are probably going to be some opportunities for some target investments that could go a long way to generate future savings or future opportunities. So we don't want to pass those up if they present themselves. So those are all listed now here as aligned together to sort of show you sort of the big picture budget balancing strategies that we want council to react to as part of this study session. And I want to emphasize that doing number 1 helps us unlock the most strategies number 2 through 5. if we can't use Measure E flexibly for homelessness support and sheltering, the amount of work we need to do for cost reductions becomes higher. We'll still be careful and we'll still try to be creative in how we reduce costs, but it'll just be more that we'll have to reduce. We'll have to either use a little bit more budget stabilization reserve in the current year and potentially still have some ongoing shortfall. Will be harder to preserve our gains in recent budget cycles, and the number of new investments will be really hard to come by. And the last two slides are the complicated things that I'll show. This is for illustration purposes only. This is not what we're going to recommend exactly for the proposed budget, but this gives you an idea of how we would think about putting together a budget balancing strategy. And so this is showing that if we've got an ongoing shortfall of $60 million, we're going to try to find some source of fundings to be able to offset some of that shortfall. We're going to look at our fees and charges and do some minor cost recovery adjustments to the different fees that we have. There's going to be some new overhead reimbursement charge for any special funded staffing or capital fund staffing that we add, so there'll be a little bit there. There's always opportunities for some other miscellaneous revenues and opportunities, so we will pursue all of those. So there'll be some smattering of revenues on a one-time and ongoing basis that we can bring on board. We will look at all of our existing reserves to see what we can liquidate, any other savings that we can put on the table. We have to do that work still, so I don't know what that is, so it's still TBD, but we will absolutely be doing that work. And then here's an example of, let's say we use $5 million of the budget stabilization reserve for one-time actions. So with those example revenue items, we would have reduced the $60 million shortfall to $51 million, and then we need $51 million of cost reductions in 25-26. So if we have that shift of homelessness and support costs to Measure E in the real property transfer tax fund, that would save $39 million. That would allow us to, let's say, only need half of the $50 million department reduction target. We'd have a little bit of investment there for deferred infrastructure and maintenance, previously one-time funded services, a little bit for service enhancements or targeted investments, and a very uncomfortably small essential services reserve. That would, though, bring us into a balanced budget. Again, this is just for illustration purposes. This will not be what we bring forward. Even with this sort of nuanced strategy here, it would still require some significant service level cuts that would impact our FTE count for sure. If we didn't have that budget strategy number one and we just left Measure E where it was purely for affordable housing uses, it becomes really difficult to do anything else. So everything else on the expenditure side sort of has to go away. Our budget stabilization reserve would kick up by $1 million just to break even in the first year, but then we would still have an $8 million ongoing shortfall in year two, or on an ongoing basis, which would then sort of add, it would make 26-27 that much worse. So if our shortfall in 26-27 was $30 million, it would be added on by another 8. So, that would be a scenario where all 180 positions could potentially be affected if we had to go through this route. So not to be overly dramatic, but just want to really illustrate some of the conversation that we'll need to have over the coming weeks and months as we put the budget together. As we go through the next steps, you've seen this before, but we've got our city manager's budget request and our 5-year forecast will be released on February 28th, which will set the official forecast number. That will be different than what we've been showing here for the last hour, but that'll be an important part of the process, followed then by the council's consideration and approval of the mayor's March budget message for 25-26. Then we go to work putting the budget together for release in early May. And we have public hearings on it and city council study sessions, community budget meetings before the final public hearing of the mayor's June budget message and approval, which would then occur on June 18th. I'll hand to Lee to close this out.
Thank you, Jim. And so separate from the decisions you'll be making this year, we did receive direction last year as part of the council-approved mayor's June budget message to look at revenue generation in the long term. City actually hired a consultant to help us look at our fees, our programs, as well as what other cities were doing. So that work is underway. I will say, based off of having a number of very good budget directors, the consultant has come up with a lot of, you guys are tapping a lot of creative sources already. But with that said, the things that we're about to go over right now wouldn't impact this year's budget. Anything that you decide to put on a ballot would be in 2026 and not go into effect until the following fiscal year. But we want to present this based off of the direction we received, and quite frankly, any planning that you may want to give to staff for the year ahead, because we do have time. So the first is on our parks bond and parks parcel tax. We've been at this for a little over 8 years looking at it. So we did go out through January 12th through 23rd of this year and pulled 1,300 residents in English, Spanish, Chinese, Vietnamese. The polls just shy of plus or minus 3%. So residents were asked about their feeling for parks bond and parks parcel tax. As you can see, there's a 2/3 threshold for either of these measures. And I would say both of these measures actually have gone backwards. And when I go to the next slide, we weren't technically surprised. I do believe we will continue to kind of refine this work. There has been changes in leadership at the Parks Foundation, and I know John Cicerelli and team are kind of looking at how they better incorporate the community and stakeholders into this conversation and better sell this effort. We also polled expanding or extending the user utility tax that Jim went over to streaming services. You can see that was not a popular thought of our residents, as well as the sales tax measure, which we currently aren't authorized to go out because we are at our cap. But I would say both of these measures were polled and used language based off of the highest and best needs of our residents through Joe's reporting and a variety of other polling. And really the lesson I think that we're getting from this initial poll is when you look at undecideds are very, very small across the board. So the level of influence and for us to move these margins are really, really low for the time being where our folks sit. So we will continue to do this work. The earliest that we would contemplate putting something on a ballot would be June of 2026, which means that this council is making a decision in March of next year in 2026, or if we wanted to go in November, it would be in August of 2026. So we have more than a year to keep on refining this work. We will do it based off of where we see the results go. But again, wanted to present this back to the full council since it was directed to come back as part of priority setting. With that, Mayor, the administration rests our case, and we will hand it back to you.
Great, thank you. It's a good case. I appreciate it. I think that was really helpful context on our fiscal position and some good early thinking on how we address the projected deficit. I think we're fortunate that at least for this year, 2/3 of that projected deficit can be addressed as a matter of council policy. The remaining third is difficult, and we need to all keep in the back of our heads that unless things change next year, we are looking at an additional, and Jim was at 20 or 30 on top, on 30 ongoing. So that's significant. That's a significant number. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to come back to the council for some discussion. Would love to hear questions, comments, or thoughts on what you just heard from the administration on our current forecast and kind of fiscal position and those balancing strategies that were outlined, which again, these are all things I plan to incorporate into my March message. I would like to hear any feedback or questions from the council. And then within the focus areas, again, would love to hear about trade-offs, things people think are very promising, most important to continue to fund and even expand versus maybe things that feel less valuable or important. I think that early feedback will just help us all get aligned as we have to make some tough trade-offs this year. After that, so we're gonna do that now, and then we will come back to do a much deeper dive on what has been one of our focus areas and the community's far and away top priority, which has been ending unsheltered homelessness, getting every person off of our streets and out of our creeks. So let me go to, and then we'll hear from the public. And I see we have many members of the public who have joined us. Thank you all for being here. Let me start by turning to Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, colleagues, city staff, members of the community. Thank you so much for the presentation from the Budget Office. Today we engage in one of the most critical conversations of the year, how we prioritize our budget to reflect our values, serve our residents, and meet the growing needs of our great city. Budgets are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. It's important we remember that they are a statement of priorities, a reflection of what we as a city are committed to protecting and investing in. And for me, that means ensuring no job layoffs for city staff and a clear investment in services for our most vulnerable residents, including our immigrant community. Alongside these top priorities, I remain committed to ensuring our residents feel safe in their homes and in their communities, beautifying our neighborhoods so that every resident can take pride in where they live, and preserving the important programs such as our library programs that provide educational, digital literacy, and opportunities for children and families. To me, public safety is non-negotiable. Our police officers and firefighters work tirelessly to protect our city, respond to emergencies, and save lives. And yet, like every other department, they are stretched extremely thin. Our city employees are the backbone of the city of San Jose. They are the ones responding to issues in the community, maintaining our parks and streets, providing library services, and keeping our neighborhoods safe and clean. According to the annual report on city services 2023 to 2024, right now San Jose employs only 7.3 people per 1,000 residents, the lowest staffing level among large California cities. By comparison, the city of Oakland employs almost 11 FTEs per 1,000 residents. In times of economic uncertainty, the last thing we should be doing is jeopardizing the livelihoods of those who make our city great. We must prioritize stability for our workforce because layoffs would not only hurt families, but also weaken the services our residents rely on every day. Public safety isn't just about response times. It's about the prevention by protecting essential community services. That means investing in libraries, community centers, and youth-serving programs that provide vital resources to our most vulnerable residents. Our libraries are more than just places to check out books. They provide internet access, citizenship classes, after-school programs, and resources for our low-income families. Our community centers also serve as a lifeline for our seniors, working parents, and youth. And yet, when budget cuts come, these services are always, unfortunately, first to be on the chopping block. On page 40 of the presentation, Child and Youth Services is listed as one of the services that have previously been considered for reduction, or may be considered for future reductions. I just want to urge my colleagues to not consider these services for reductions. However, I urge my colleagues to not consider these services as a place to not only just prevent reductions, but also to continue to invest in, because they prepare our youth for the pathway to success. Cutting these programs would be short-sighted and would only lead to greater challenges down the line, whether it's higher dropout rates or fewer opportunities for our youth. Investing in youth services means investing in violence prevention at its root cause, educational opportunities and pathways to success, ensuring that young people have the resources they need to thrive rather than fall into the cycles of hardship and violence. We just passed the Children and Youth Master Plan last year, and if we truly believe in the vision of this plan, we must commit to funding the programs that make it a reality and reject any future reductions to those essential services. At the same time, we must take bold steps to ensure that our immigrant communities, who contribute so much to the cultural and economic vitality of our city, receive stronger and more comprehensive services. San Jose is a city of immigrants with 43% of our residents being foreign-born, and many of our immigrant communities face significant disruption in this national political movement. As a city, we've already caught a glimpse of that kind of disruption, and we fear that if this takes hold in our community, we will never be able to reach them with the services that they desire. This budget cycle is key. It's a key moment to make sure that we have legal defense and support for our immigrant community. And I advocate for increasing our commitment to the Rapid Response Network. Regardless of whatever that investment may look like, I hope that the council as a whole can agree to a commitment to services for our immigrant community in a robust way through the budget message. This is our opportunity to make a lasting impact and ensure that San Jose remains a city that lifts up all its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Appreciate you sharing your priorities. Let's go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for that presentation to help us understand where we're at and how to have a conversation that is going to help us achieve the missions and the core values of our city as we manage a challenging 2025-2026 budget. The goal is to meet the needs of our diverse communities and neighbors, and we must remember that this is values-based work, and the decisions that we make must be rooted in the mission that we have as a city, which is to provide quality public services, facilities, and opportunities that create, sustain, and enhance a safe, livable, and vibrant community for all of our diverse residents, businesses, and visitors. To achieve this mission, we need to make budgetary decisions that sustain our progress on creating a safer, more vibrant San Jose for all of our diverse residents and businesses. And with this in mind, my priorities for the 2025-2026 budget are affordable housing and homelessness prevention, preventing staff layoffs for the city of San Jose, and protecting core city services for our most vulnerable neighbors and communities. The first priority, building affordable housing and homelessness prevention, is essential to sustain and advance progress on housing and homelessness prevention. We must continue to invest in permanent supportive housing and long-term solutions to homelessness prevention and transitions to permanent affordable housing. Just this past weekend, I received easily over 24 emails from residents who feel that the city of San Jose has not been meeting the need to address homelessness and are asking for more permanent solutions that are going to really help our neighbors transition out of street homelessness and into the more permanent, safe housing that is going to keep all of our residents safe. So that is my #1 priority. My second priority is preventing staff layoffs for the city of San Jose, because our staff provides quality services to our residents, and we must prioritize retention and recruitment of City of San Jose staff, those who work at City Hall and those who work around our city as first responders and providing key services such as public works and facilities maintenance. Our city is severely understaffed in several key departments, which is why it is critical that we do everything within our power to avoid layoffs. And my third priority, protecting core city services for our most vulnerable neighbors and communities. As you remember, the joy that we felt during today's invocation and the moving testimony from Yosimar Reyes about his grandmother, Mardonia, we cannot have a thriving city without investments in arts, culture, services, and programming that are a lifeline for our most marginalized and historically underserved communities. As Councilmember Ortiz said, budgets are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. They do represent our values and our priorities. And as we navigate this budget cycle, we must ensure that we are making decisions that reflect our commitment to a San Jose where every single resident feels safe, where communities are well connected, and where everybody has a fair chance to thrive. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. And as we go around, I see pretty much every hand is up, which is great, and we can certainly go around for additional comments. I again want to just remind folks that because we're facing a deficit and we've made a number of important commitments in our focus areas, I think it would be really helpful to know if people are suggesting new investments, what a trade-off might be, or how you're thinking about reductions or trade-offs. I think that's the exercise we're going to need to go through this year. And so if we can get like a level deeper on the proposed strategies from the city manager's office on, and from Jim and the team in the budget office on how we close our gap and minimize impacts to our workforce and our community, that would be great. And if you're suggesting that there's some new area where we should do more, what you would be willing to defund to pay for it, because I think that's unfortunately the conversation we're going to be having over the coming months. Okay, let's keep going. We can certainly come around again if folks have more to add. Let's go to Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you, and start by thanks to our amazing finance team, and we're getting started in the long months of where you'll hopefully get a little bit of sleep between now and the end of June. But this is the busy time, and it's a difficult year. Just speaking from experience, the reason why all of us run for office is to provide additional services to our residents and to the community, and to have a vision for how we want to improve things. And I had the fortune of serving on the school board for a long time, but served in two of the most difficult years in 2008, 9, 10 as a school board member. And I remember very vividly the pain of being a school board member at that time when we were faced with significant budget shortfalls and had to make significant cuts, and in fact had to cut things that were our own priorities. I ran for the school board with a vision of increasing counseling services for students, and 2 years later, we were cutting counselors from our schools, and I remember the difficult emotional part of that, and knowing that we weren't serving our students to the best of their ability. I will say it's important to keep in mind on the cycle that coming out of that, we were able to invest even stronger and more strategically in good programs for our students, but that's not where we are today. Hopefully, and obviously our objectives should be to preserve what are the most important services for our residents, and preserve the jobs of the employees who work for us, because they are the lifeblood of our city. They're the ones who keep us operating, and they're the ones who need to be protected as much as possible. So we should, obviously, I think I certainly agree with my colleagues, we should be minimizing the effect on the people who work for us and find ways to keep them employed in the city. First, I wanted to add on that slide that had the potential cuts. I mean, I don't know, you don't have to put it back up, but that slide number had a whole list of things. If I understand correctly, that's an exhaustive list that presumably would be pared down if we take the money from Measure E, because that's a list we'd have to consider if we keep Measure E allocated as in this current city policy and have to cut $60 million from other places in the general fund. But that list wouldn't be as exhaustive or wouldn't be as large, presumably, if we first solve about 2/3 of the problem with the Measure E reallocation. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, I would just say it's a partial list, not an exhaustive list. There's stuff that just didn't fit on there, but yeah, we would need to use less of that for sure, a lot less.
Right, and I think every one of us will probably find some things in that list we find objectionable, and I don't know that we can. It'll be hard for us to decide today or even at any time which ones are more important than others, but we all have our own views of which programs are important to us, just like in my story about counseling services as a school board member. The other thing I want to be very thoughtful about is I am very confident that we are going to be facing headwinds on federal funding, and there is no doubt that regardless of how hard we fight and how much pushback there might be from the state and county and our city, that there will be a reduction coming from federal government, and we have to be ready for that, and we shouldn't be naive to think that the budget shortfall that we will be facing this year won't be continuing forward, because this administration is just in the beginning of a 4-year cycle. So I think it's really important that we're very careful about relying on our budget stabilization funds and our reserves too heavily in this first year of the cycle, especially with so many unknowns in the budget. So that, to me, is really important. As was pointed out, our city, again, back to the team here, this is one of the most incredible budget balancing operations that I've ever been exposed to. The fact that we talk about a $20 million average, maybe $14 to $20 million average ending fund balance every year. That sounds like a large amount of money, but it's like 0.5% of our budget that we end up with. The fact that it's almost always in the positive is a testament to the work that we do, but it's pretty much in the noise of what large organizations have in their budgets. So it's an impressive thing, but we don't necessarily know that that's going to continue in these next few years, and we have to be prepared with a reserve, so I don't want to spend it all right now. The only thing I think, and I'm really glad to see when we talk about the Measure E money, to me, it's really important that we continue that 10% investment in prevention that the money that we're going to preventing people from entering into homelessness continues to be a priority for the city. So I just want to make sure I highlight that as an important part of funding to preserve going forward. And I think those are all my comments for now. Thank you.
Thanks for those comments and your perspective, having served in elected office through many of the cycles that we've been through, the ups and downs. Let me turn to Councilmember Kamei next.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. You know, these are times and situations where we must sacrifice what is really important for what is necessary, and it's going to be really tough. Thank you for putting the scenarios out there. I think that I know we're going to talk about the unhoused situation afterwards, but I'd like to understand a little bit of what impacts there might be as we look at satisfying some of our housing element goals, and whether or not by shifting dollars through Measure E that impacts in any way. And I don't know if you're going to cover it, or our housing director will cover it later on. If it doesn't, that's good to know. I was just wondering how that would sort of like shift things.
I know I can start, and then I think Eric or Chris could come down as I continue on. You know, if there was a reallocation of Measure E funding, again, there's still funding waiting to be committed to projects. So we're also in an area where there's still affordable housing projects to be built. We have a number of funding that's still sitting in reserve waiting to be committed for future projects. So there's still funding that's out there that will be able to be committed in the future that was previously allocated. I know, I'm guessing, go ahead, Eric, and come on down before I say
I'm just wondering if it jeopardizes anything in our housing element that we committed to that perhaps.
Eric Sullivan, Housing Director, not budget.
Give it a shot.
No, thanks. So to your question, Council Member, so in the broad view of the housing element, the 130 items that are across the section, there's always a push for more production, which is a prime driver of it. So by looking at the current pipeline of projects that we have, as Jim had alluded to, we have funding and reserves. We'll be releasing a NOFA here in the next 30 days or less, as we're going to go first through a cleanup process, as I talked to before, to keep a pipeline of prioritized projects going forward as we have aligned funds with the county and the city. Obviously, there's always tough decisions to make across that entire housing continuum about where to prioritize and move forward. And the 130 items within the housing element touch across that entire continuum as well. So there's always going to be trade-offs as to where the priorities are going to end up being.
Yeah.
Councilmember, can I just help add some clarity?
Sure.
To pick up on your question, and then I'll turn the floor back to you. Can we just clarify that the housing element, when it comes to those housing targets, the RHNA goals, are about us being responsible for demonstrating that we have zoned for that capacity, and then that we have programs and policies that would support it. But the reality is, and I'm not saying it's a good thing, it's certainly not our goal, but we did not hit the targets last cycle, and I'm not aware of any city I've talked to in the state of California that believes that they will hit their affordable housing targets with this cycle. It's not a good thing, so I say we shouldn't go try to find more revenue or find a way to do it, but it is not a legal mandate to go build it. It is a requirement around zoning and programs and policies that are aligned. I don't know, Eric, if you could say more.
That's correct. And how do you further that overall work, as I mentioned? So we're not going to hit our affordable housing goals. There's no chance of that. Just looking at the out years and just clearly counting up where we funded everything in the pipeline, we still wouldn't hit that goal because we're too far back at this point. But our overall housing production goals and how do we further the work around global housing production, that's certainly the charge. There's a laundry list of work that has already been done and work that will continue to do regardless of direct unit production.
Okay, thank you. And I would agree with my colleagues on some of the other priority issues. This is going to be tough to sort of balance, but, you know, public safety has always been my #1 issue, as well as, you know, thinking about how do we protect, you know, our staff for retention's sake. I mean, for a time there, we had a huge vacancy. I know that we've used some of it, but we have really good staff. And so in the whole balancing act, I think that we're going to need to look at what is going to move us forward And I know that, you know, in certain departments where it's sort of fee-for-service, it's a problem, you know, especially in areas like PBCE where we know that the, you know, we will lose people because, you know, there's not that sort of retention or, you know, last in, last out, I mean, first out. So I worry about that. I worry about that, you know, in terms of as we're making our choices and our selections as to what is our priorities. So as we move forward on this, I think that I'm looking forward to hearing more about what we're doing about homelessness. And that is a huge area where we continue to grow. And you know, I think that we need to start thinking about how do we make it more sustainable, and it concerns me greatly, and I know it concerns a lot of residents as well. Thank you.
Thanks for those comments, and that'll be our next section. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the detailed analysis of where we are and where we could be going. And the analysis of our budget not being in a good place and all of the uncertainty that we face, frankly, economically and in the country and in San Jose. I, too, was on the school board during the Great Recession, and I remember those severe cuts that we made. I also had a small business that was in the mortgage business, and that was, you may recall, was the mortgage meltdown. So in 2007, 8, 9, 10, those were really, really difficult years. So I've been there, done that, and frankly, I don't want to be there again, but this is where we are. And as a result, really difficult decisions have to be made. During those years, I was concerned about the effects on our students, furloughs of our staffs, things like that. We have the same kind of discussions that we're making here, the effect on our residents and the effect on our employees. But we have areas that are of huge importance to our community as the result of several surveys, primarily homelessness, public safety, housing affordability, and beautification or blight of our city. Not to mention cost of living is a huge issue. So I appreciate the analysis and the consideration of the ongoing general fund reductions. I think it's really, that list, while I know we haven't approved it yet, but I think it's important that we all share in any cost reduction, and I just want to point out the reductions proposed or included in this number for the mayor's office and the city council offices as well. I think that's important for the public and our staffs to be aware that we're all looking at reductions in our small budgets, and that will affect services because we all depend on our own personal staffs to handle all of those things. When I look at the opportunity to reduce expenses, you know, you look at how can we raise more money or how can we cut expenses. The city doesn't have a lot of ways that we can generate more money. We can't get more sales tax unless people buy more cars, so go out and buy more automobiles. We can't, if people aren't buying homes, and that's related to the economy, then our property tax numbers aren't going up. So we have a very limited choice on what we can do to balance our budget, and that's to cut expenditures. I want to point out, and Jim, you pointed it out, how much the unfunded liability affects our budget. That's a big number, and while it's a stable number year to year, can you remind us again the impact of it and what it really is? Because I'm not sure that we have some new council members here. They need to be aware of what the unfunded liability is, and the members of the public need to understand the impact of that too.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. The unfunded actuarial liability is essentially an amount that the retirement system should otherwise have if their past assumptions were met out fully. And so it has grown from a substantial amount so essentially it's the money that should be there in the retirement systems that's not there. It needs to be paid back. And so it primarily stems from two components. One of them is the pretty significant investment losses that occurred during the Great Recession. That was sort of the immediate hit from there. Any investment loss in any given year is smoothed over a multi-year period. So I think the actuary they use smooths it over a 5-year period. So you do have a little bit of that smoothing effect there. But probably more substantially, although I'm not the super expert on this, but certainly a major factor was a reduction in the assumed rate of return of the system. So prior to the Great Recession, it had been, I think, around an 8% or so, maybe a little bit less than that. It had started to come down, so the retirement boards got a little bit more realistic about what the return would actually be, and 8% was no longer feasible. And so as the assumption for future returns went down, the amount that the investment proceeds generated by the retirement system was going to be lower. That meant that the city would have to contribute more to be able to ensure that there's money there for the retirees when they retire. So those two combinations are sort of why we have this large UAL to begin with.
And thank you. And that's medical benefits in addition to their pension retirement benefits, right? So,
correct.
So the retirement funds, not to belabor the point, but this is an important impact on our general fund. The investments at the retirement board generate certain income, and each current employee pays into the fund. The difference is what we pay in our unfunded liability, which is why it's a little bit more stable. We have tier 1, tier 2. I don't want to get into all of that, but it is something for us to be really aware of, and that is a pot of money that we cannot touch, that we are obligated to pay for our retirees, both medical and for their pensions. There's a lot of other things that I could talk about, but I do want to talk about Measure E and the reallocation. We currently have an allocation where we dedicate certain amount to affordable housing to our NOFA. But I'm also aware that we approve those expenditures and then the funds just sit as in a pot as designated to be spent, but they're not being spent. So Eric, could you come down for us for a minute and tell us, I should have called you and told you I was going to ask you this question, but you probably have it off the top of your head. Can you tell me how much of the NOFA funds we've dedicated look like they're going to be utilized?
Thank you, Councilmember. So Eric Sullivan, Housing Director. I cannot give you an exact amount today. We will have that exact amount in about 2 weeks as we're reconciling the list of projects that both the city, the county, the housing authority, all the partners that are coming together to ensure they get to the top of the scoring list for tax credits as well as debt financing and bond cap allocation. So we're going to have that exact number here soon in the next 2 weeks. And again, as Jim had mentioned, a lot of it is drawn on prior allocated funds. So these are not projected new funds. So prior past year reserve accounts, et cetera, that we're going to be pulling together to fund that upcoming NOFA.
So is it possible that some of those projects may not go forward?
Yes.
In which case we would claw back the funds and have those available for the next projects down on the list?
Correct.
Is that correct?
So we know of projects that go back to 2021 that have not moved any forward. We're pulling back those funds, telling them to reapply and see if they meet the updated underwriting guidelines, as well as the updated RFP that allows us to streamline the execution, as well as get to a numbers-based analysis on this that drives down per door cost so we can produce more doors.
Thank you for that information. That's really helpful. The reason that information is important is because when we're looking at unsheltered homelessness and how we're going to address it, that's an immediate need. And building affordable housing takes a long time. I've had projects in my district that we've been working on since 2020. They still don't have the final approval unless you come to me in a couple of weeks and tell me that they do, but they're still a couple of years away from actually being breaking ground and being ready for occupancy. So That, I look at the needs, our immediate needs versus our future needs, and the reallocation of Measure E makes sense because that's current emergency needs, not future needs. We can always make the decision down the line to reallocate Measure E when we have the funds, when we're in a better economic condition than we are right now. But for me, I look at the Measure E reallocation, and I think that just makes sense to preserve a lot of the things that have been already talked about, primarily public safety, addressing homelessness, staffing issues, beautification, blight, all those things that our residents really care about and our employees care about too. So with that, I hope that gives you, Mayor, enough to go on from me. I'm sure I'll have a lot more later on, but thank you for that.
Thanks, Vice Mayor, and I'm sure we'll talk more. I appreciate you pointing attention back to the unfunded liability and just highlighting, I think, one of the lessons when we think long-term, and we're all only here for a short period of time in the grand scheme of things, but to not allow ourselves to end up in that position again because of what a significant portion right off the top of the general fund every year. I mean, we'd be in a very different situation if years ago we had not gotten that deeply into the liabilities we have there, but we're certainly not alone in that, and we have made some tough trade-offs as a community, so we have hope to eventually be in a better place. The other big lesson I take away is something that Jim kept referencing, which is if we don't find a way to get more jobs in San Jose and grow the tax base, we're going to continue between the unfunded liability, taking hundreds of millions a year off the top of the general fund, and then a tax base that per capita is smaller than our neighboring cities. We're going to continue to face nearly impossible zero-sum kinds of decisions here. Okay, let's keep going. Let me turn to Councilmember Mulcahy next.
Thank you, Mayor. And for a first-time council member, thanks for all the support you've given over the last week or so. And I appreciate you getting the information on the sales tax piece. Talk a little bit about some of my thinking around the budget, but one of the things that's going to kind of keep coming up for me is how we can actually grow the pie. There's a lot of cuts we have to talk about, but we also have opportunity ahead, and I think we have to not take our sights off of those opportunities. So, and there's just no question our budget's going to be dominated by homelessness services and public safety, and I know we'll hear more about that later. The reality is whether you've been a sitting council member, just ran for office like a few of us, an appointed one right here, or running right now, the audit, the report you gave earlier about public opinion, it all sort of bears out that we know what the priorities are. And as I said, that'll dominate some of our expense side of things. But on, talking about Measure E, I mean, I think I can get behind having more flexibility with it, but I'd like to see more resource dedicated to homelessness prevention. I'd like us to, find those disruptors in our community that are doing this. I've been talking with an organization called Haven Safe. They've got 2 years of data on getting, how they're kind of dealing with prevention services now, who's getting shut out of that system, how with little resource this organization is helping people who are getting shut out. And so I want us to be thoughtful about our prevention services and again, find those disruptors and great ideas that are happening elsewhere. On public safety, and this is probably going to creep into thoughts around how we grow the pie, but there's likely a budget impact. Mayor, I apologize, I'm not coming with the solution. It could be a redeployment, but I'd like to see us more intentional about how we bolster a sense of safety in our economic centers of activity, i.e. where people spend money. Every district is creating or wants to create property business improvement districts, or at the very least, set up a business association. And these general retail nodes where our communities come to shop, play, stay, and party need an established sense of security and safety to be successful. I know this from personal experience, whether it's on the Alameda or on Lincoln Avenue, we're experiencing this sort of lack of luster that those areas have enjoyed because of this sense of, blight, and the sense that, we don't have enough police officers, and the narrative is not helping our cause in those specific areas. And I think we've got to figure out a way to not let that get more out of control. We cannot allow ourselves to end up like other cities of the Bay that are experiencing this much worse than we are. But I know it is affecting us, and we've got to figure out how to attract people from outside San Jose to come spend money, and we need to make sure that we're finding ways for people that live in San Jose to be spending money here. So here are some proactive and maybe hopeful ideas for budget consideration. To me, these are perhaps redeployment of staff. Some of these I've aired before with some staff, and we'll see how it goes. But look, we're all really excited about 2026. I mean, we have a sports events nirvana ahead of us, right? And we've talked about this idea. We can't wait until 26 to do this. We've got to do it now. So can we, as part of, Jim, you talked about setting some funds aside for 26, can we redeploy some of that or deploy some of that for a Shop Local campaign to educate our community about why it's important to make that choice to buy, eat, stay in San Jose? This could be an extension of the efforts that have shown results in downtown. And, some of the money that was spent a few years ago, Team San Jose spent, I think, $1 million on generating weekend nights. And we were very successful with not just, with real spending, right? We were able to measure that and see that happen. So, I talked about this idea during my campaign where guilting people that they've got relatives coming from out of town, they need to stay in San Jose because 14 cents of every dollar on a room night comes to the city coffers, and we know what that can do for us. So, I'd like us to look at a local promotion that dovetails with the energy and effort around 26. Promotion of more opportunities like this concept that's being discussed right now, stitching districts, and it's looking, promising for districts 3 and 6. And I know there are other opportunities where we can galvanize our district borders to generate more activity for those districts. But this idea of stitching districts, I think, is not just the city handing out money, but this is galvanizing with other stakeholders, like in the case of 6 and 3 with Little Italy and with the San Pedro Square Market, the Alameda, the Sharks, the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy. So I think there are those opportunities out there we need to continue to go for, because that is bringing people together to spend money in San Jose. Our NBDs, I've talked about this idea. If we've got people throughout the city, and we talked about different districts that have these already and want to do more, if you've got a property business improvement district, you're self-taxing yourself to, in many cases, replace services that were previously provided by the city. We should make it super easy to pull them off and actually do them in our districts. But when we do have them, we need to make sure that city staff is available to cut down roadblocks, to celebrate those districts. And I can be much more specific, but I think you get the flavor of what I'm talking about. If we have people willing to self-tax, we need to give them the support so that they can flourish. I also think we need to stretch, and this is not a budget request, but this is the idea, again, along with building our vitality in our city, stretch our levels of support for arts and culture in our community. When all else fails in San Jose, the arts are always there standing tall. In my lifetime, more times than not, the arts have always delivered, especially in our downtimes. Their economic impact is almost impossible to measure when you weigh in the spiritual value of what they bring to our community. Believe me, as a former executive director of a local arts organization, a board member and advisor to countless others, the arts can produce more with $1 than most, and we can measure those results. What I would like to see is for those organizations, and we have many that have been performing very consistently, I don't mean on stage, but performing from a budget and a organization responsibility's sake, we need to make it easier for them to gain that support so that we can let them use the energy that they use in a process with the city to get arts grant in the first place to go out and raise money from others. So I'm going to stop there, but I just wanted to give a flavor of what I think we can do to build economic vitality and sort of promise and prosperity for San Jose. So thanks.
Thanks, Councilmember. I really appreciate that. It's helpful to hear some specific ideas, particularly on the revenue side. How do we grow the pie and make some of these trade-offs less painful and even open up opportunity in the future? Love some of those more specific ideas. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Condelis.
Thank you, Mayor. My wish list isn't going to be as robust as Councilmember Mulcahy's, but I do want to start off by just giving the Budget Office a huge shout out, especially Jim. Jim, you came all the way out to my district on Saturday for a budget breakfast, and you got to hear directly from my neighbors and my residents on this exact same topic. And so, thank you. I appreciate your time. And I think one thing that stood out is the consistent message of making sure that whatever we do as a city, that we're preserving services to the residents as best we can. Investing in these, quote unquote blight reduction programs. Folks didn't call it that. They like the cleanups, the dumpster days, making sure that when we have a 311 call, folks actually go out there and pick stuff up. That was important, and addressing those issues associated with our homelessness a crisis that we have. The oversized vehicles was a big thing that I heard over and over. And of course, public safety issues. And so, needless to say, I think given the challenge that we have, I'm encouraged by the administration's creativity and the approach to trying to solve this issue, and especially with the commitment to our workforce to preventing layoffs. Because quite frankly, I remember reading the papers 15 years ago when we had to do that, and the impact not just to services to our residents, but to the morale of our employees and what we had to do to get here. And I know I don't have to say it to folks in the building. I know our city manager was here as the Jim Shannon of the city. And so it's difficult, but I'm optimistic and hopeful. Let's see, I do want to give a nod to Councilmember Ortiz's comments earlier pertaining to the investment in our immigrant communities, as well as Councilmember Cohen, with regards to the strategic usage of the budget stabilization reserve, considering we're going into the first year of a 4-year administration. And I do want to just talk a little bit about the fear that's out there and our need to invest, specifically with regards to what we heard from our small business corridors along Tropicana, Willow Street, that are largely immigrant focused, and the sales tax revenue that they generate, because that's also important. And I think there's an opportunity there to be able to bolster our support and to signal to our community that we have their back. I know we passed a resolution last week unanimously, and I think there's an opportunity in the budget to be able to make strategic investments that will yield dollars for our city, along the lines of our growing our piece of the pie, if I may steal your line, Councilmember. And lastly, I look forward to engaging with my colleagues up here on this dais, as well as with the mayor and those colleagues outside within our Budget Brown Act to move our city forward and get us through not just this difficult budget cycle, but put us on a solid standing in the next couple years. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Councilmember, and appreciate that early readout from what you're hearing in the district about some of those very specific priorities. Let's go to Councilmember Salas.
Yeah, Jim and staff, thank you very much. My head is swimming a little bit, but I really appreciate what you've done. It's really terrific to see what is done inside the city here. I have to tell you that in my very brief tenure here, everyone I met with has said to me, all I need is more money, or all I need is more staff. Everyone has said that. And I tell them that I don't know much yet, but with a $60 million deficit, we've got to learn to do more with less. And I want to tell you, I've been on the outside in private industry, and I always say when you have something really important to do, I say, find somebody who's really busy and give it to them. Because busy people know how to get things done, and busy people want to get things done. So we should do everything we can to preclude layoffs, but at the same time, I think we need to focus on efficient operation. I think it's really, really important. I also want to point out that efficiency is making a lot of existing assets. And I don't know how many of you know this. Friday is Valentine's Day. We have an asset down there called the Sonic Runway. And I just found out yesterday, on Friday, it's going to be called the Sonic Loveway. And someone in staff somehow rebranded that thing. It's been there, and I know a lot of my constituents say, yeah, I've seen the Sonic Runway, but all of a sudden it's the Sonic Loveway. And that's the kind of thing that for very little dollars, I think is going to bring people down here. And it's really exciting to see that we have so many assets here, not to mention our weather, but just assets like that I don't know that we're really appreciating that we can rebrand or focus on. But let me get back to clean and safe. Absolutely every constituent I've talked with, every business person, the first thing they say within a minute is the unhoused issue. And I think we all know that the unhoused issue is interlocked with this clean and safe and the perception of blight and safety here. I know the city's going to continue to prioritize homeless services, and I know we're going to learn more about that in a bit, but especially the emerging options around mental health service and transitional housing, to me, is really, really important. And again, not only our unhoused residents need our help, but all of our constituents want clean things and safe things, and they're all tied together. I also want to talk about efficiency a little bit. So many of our city and county departments provide homeless services of various forms, and I want to do my part to ensure that the city is coordinating its own programs, and I'm glad Eric is here, and also with the county and leveraging the funds we can with the county and the city so that we're really working efficiently and closely together. I have to tell you, Mayor, I'd like a little bit more money too, because, as we welcome residents and visitors to downtown, Beautify San Jose is just doing a great job. And I will tell you, when I was on the outside, I hope every single one of you has 311 on their phone. I'm going to check you on the way out. But it is one of the city things that works so incredibly well. And if we can empower and get all of our constituents knowledgeable of 311, it is a fantastic program. And anything we can do to support Beautify San Jose is going to bring us all returns. Likewise, the Groundworks program, and thank you for bringing up about the PBID, because that Groundworks program has been fantastic. And they have cleaning crews, and they also have ambassadors now who kind of help residents and quickly handle urgent needs that are around our businesses that are generating the dollars. Because we do attract people downtown, but a lot of them say, oh, now with the ambassadors, it's getting to the point where they're feeling better and better about the perception of, oh, this is a great place, and I want to come back. And of course, our police are critical to everything. Jim, when I saw on page 39, I saw 25 million potentially for the police. As if, 12 million. Yeah, I'm sure that's a percentage of the overall budget, but our police are so important, and I think our residents deserve timely police response. We've talked about that. But reprioritization of the foot patrols, I think, is really important. And that, to me, is the most important thing. Because I raised my kids down here. And a lot of, this is a very safe city, I think statistically even. But I think there's a perception that it's not safe. And I think the foot patrols really make a big difference, or can make a difference. And again, I do want to bring up, the last thing is that what you said about the arts is critical. Our arts, I checked, and the city invested slightly over $4 million in our arts programs, and they brought back on the order of $50 to $100 million in return. And our arts are so important to who we are as a city. It's like our weather. Our arts really, really establish us as a unique and wonderful place. So I think, again, to continue looking at the arts and the arts organizations as a way to bring money in is going to be important. So I'll end where I started. The city can come out of these challenging times by staying at the basics, clean, safe, and efficient. And I hope I can help a little bit. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Salas. That was a really helpful overview. Appreciate it. Let me turn to Councilmember Dwan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to Jim. I'm surprised he doesn't have all the gray hair. He still got some brown up there. If I was doing this job, my hair would turn completely gray and probably bald at the same time, but God knows. But anyway, it's tough time. It's absolutely tough time for us. And this is where we need to be fiscally responsible. We have to tighten up our belt. You know, we're going to have to do some cut, be more efficient. But I think we can do that by reducing the amount of funding that we taking care of our unsheltered resident. And I think if we go into the shelter model, which is done successfully in many different states, that would reduce the cost. Secondly, we need to work with our county because they are responsible for the health, the mental illness, and the drug addiction and services, where we continue to pay. That's almost like they get their funding, but we don't get ours. And I think that is very unfair and unjust. You know, by working with our county, I think we can, improve on the drug addiction services and the mental illness and the services where we can centralize, where we can help our unsheltered residents. Because right now, they're everywhere. And unfortunately, District 7 encumber more than 30% of our unsheltered residents. And I see it every day. I hear it from my constituent. I hear it from my businesses. And also, we need to apply the existing law that we have right now to all, make it fair and equitable, and to reduce the crime and many other problems that we have, including RVs parking illegally everywhere. Now, let me go into public servants. As a retired fire captain, I remember that, I understand the unfunded liability, and I do understand that our citizen voted for Measure B. But if you look at the aftermath, if you will, back then we had more than 49 firefighters that was laid off. I don't know how many in police department, but I know that we had 1,450 police officers, and that was reduced down to about 800. And I told the citizen back then, it's going to take 20 plus years to recover. And now our population is above, well, a little bit below 1 million, but it's 20% more than 2008. And we haven't recovered to 1,450. We should be at 2,000 police officers. And so we just got to remember, we got to make sure that we, even though when we do our cut, we ensure that essential services remain funded. How do we do that? We have to optimize our spending. We have to be creative and improvise efficient improvement in our city operation. And I think all of us believe that our city employees are the most valuable asset. And we already have less employees than many other cities. We need to make sure that our employee continue their work here without having to worry about a layoff. And I know every one of us here want to prevent that. And the other thing is, when we talk about, one of the biggest things that we have here is the housing crisis, right? And we need to incentivize what's called mixed income housing and development. We got to make it easier for our investor to create not only market rate housing, but affordable housing. Simultaneous, we can do this simultaneously at the same time. And one of the things, I forgot who mentioned it, but we need to foster a business-friendly environment through either incentive, tax relief, for both small businesses and large businesses, to create well-paying jobs where most of our citizens leave the city to go work somewhere else. I'm ashamed to say, oh, we are the bedroom community. We can do so much better than that. We can, even a very difficult time right now with our federal situation, we can still maximize our federal and state grants, because you never know. If you don't ask, you're never going to get. And we continue to lean on our audit department to continue the efficiency, identify the waste spending, and reallocate the resource where high impact area needed the most. But just to remind all of you, these are not easy decisions that my colleagues and I is going to have to make. And some of these we're going to have to fight for. You know, and I appreciate the fact that we put a lot of investment to grow the downtown, to beautify downtown and to bring in more businesses. But my constituent in District 7, we've been underserved for eon. I've been here for 43 years and live in the same area, and it hasn't improved much. And when we talk about equity, we need to make some investment on the outskirts of downtown as well. Because I want to make sure people who come to San Jose, it's not just downtown. It's about the little Saigon, the Japantown, the little Portuguese, the little Italy, and many other ethnicity. That's what make our city the way it is. And I hope that you all can understand how difficult it is that we're going to have to tighten up our belt. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate that point about not neglecting any of our other important business districts. I think it's a well said and important point for us to keep in mind. And I will say I'm proud of the work we've done in the last couple of years to bring online some new PBIDs after I think it was 14 years of not having created any new ones. And I know people on this council worked hard to support that, as did the city staff. Okay, let's come back around. We've got additional comments next from Councilmember Campos and then Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. In the spirit of discussing trade-offs, I wanted to talk about the Olive program. As many of you know, District 2 had the first Olive site earlier this year. And some of the lessons that we learned is that there are consequences when we invest in enforcement without a stable place for those displaced residents to go. I'm quoting from a letter that I received from a District 2 neighbor. Resources spent on cleanup efforts will be wasted, forcing the city to repeatedly invest in addressing the same issues. A long-term solution would maximize efficiency and prevent further strain on public funds. So what I'm interested in is how we can redirect resources into solutions like safe parking sites, which is going to address the deeper issue that we're facing, and continue to invest in the enforcement and abatement programs that move our unhoused neighbors deeper into neighborhoods may not be the best use of our limited funds at this time. And so I'd like to suggest we look into that Olive program and seeing what we can do to shift funding to a solution like safe parking sites, because every district is going to have the Olive program coming into their community, moving RVs around, and not giving the folks living in RVs nor the residents living in their homes the true remedy that we're looking for. But I believe that safe parking sites expanded into every district across the city is the kind of solution that's going to put all of our neighbors at ease with what we're trying to accomplish in terms of enforcement, cleanup, beautifying our city. The other comments are around Measure E, which we all know was created to fund both immediate relief and long-term solutions, because our current housing crisis really requires both. Emergency shelters and safe parking programs provide critical support for people in crisis, but without permanent affordable housing, there's nowhere for folks to go. And so we must ensure that Measure E continues funding the full housing pipeline from emergency response to long-term stability so that we're not just managing homelessness, but truly solving it. I am also interested in how we can keep that balance and honor our commitment to our voters. And so I have a question for staff. Is there any way to anticipate the long-term fiscal impact of prioritizing emergency interventions over permanent solutions?
Councilmember, I think that's a really good question that I think we're going to explore more deeply in the second session. So I think the housing director is going to really talk about the long-term operating costs and the long-term costs for permanent housing as well. So I think that'll be answered there.
Thank you, and I'll have many more questions in that presentation. So to wrap up my thoughts on this item, loved the suggestions from Councilmember Mulcahy. I really do hope that we can have more of our conversation looking at the ways to grow our pie, have more revenue so that these conversations aren't as difficult as the one we're having right now. And so, as Councilmember Cohen said, that we can reach some of those visions that we had when we made the decision to run for office and seek better services and programming for our communities. One idea is using city land to generate revenue. As I understand, there used to be a coffee cart here at City Hall, and even though that provided maybe not enough revenue to fill our gap, it's definitely something that is the kind of creative thinking that's going to help us reach our goals. So to the extent that we can look at public land that we can generate revenue from leases and commercial partnerships, I think that those are ideas that we should be looking into as a city. Thank you.
Thanks for those comments. One thing I'll just note on the Olive program that I think will be part of our conversation as we get into our study sessions will be the challenge of deciding if we have $1 million to spend, do we set up one safe parking site that maybe addresses 50 RVs, or do we go out and start to do more enforcement and circulation to provide relief to people who have been intensely impacted and angry for years without any relief? One thing I'll note is the while the program is insufficient, I think you're raising, and I'm hearing from residents as well, many of the frustrations. It did allow us to remove substantial accumulated debris on city streets that shouldn't be there, and allowed us to tow a number of inoperable vehicles, which means we're actually reducing the overall number. So I think it's just this trade-off of like short-term. We face it with encampments. I think the perennial issue on encampments has been how much do we invest in abatement and cleanups, which don't really end homelessness, versus building and operating shelter or some other form of some other place for people to be. And with limited resources, it's hard to find the right balance because we frankly don't have enough money to actually do either as well as we'd like. But it's a fair flag that we should examine that program and all the others we're running and say, are they actually producing the impact, the ROI for the dollars we're spending? Okay, let's go to Councilmember Cohen, and then we're going to go a lot deeper into homelessness and housing issues. Councilmember.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Councilmember Campos. This is the dilemma we face all the time, is thinking about doing more than chasing our tail or squeezing the balloon and causing things to just move from place to place and spend the same resources over and over again. And it's a challenge that we've been grappling with for a long time, and I hope we can work on that. I wanted two other things that came to mind while we were having this conversation. One is on the question of our housing element and actually meeting our production goals, because as was pointed out, our obligation to the state is to create the space for development, not to develop. But we need to be as efficient and out of the way as possible when it comes to making sure development happens. Mm-hmm. So the efforts that we've been putting in in PBCE to try to improve efficiency and make the process move smoother will help us streamline and get more development. So I hope that, obviously, when it comes to budget, that remains a priority in our budget. And just for for some good news for people, I am hearing from developers who are coming forward with fully funded affordable housing proposals that are not waiting and relying on a city NOFA to fund them. We have 2 in my district that have just been proposed, one that could start construction this year. They're ready to go with funding. So there are opportunities out there. There are developers who are anxious to move, and we're not the only source of funding for them, and we're not necessarily the bottleneck, but our bottleneck could be in our council actions and our PBC actions, because some of these projects that need to move forward need to have quick resolution of our city process so they can take advantage of the funding opportunities that they have. So that's an important piece. And then the other thing I just want to mention is one more opportunity is to repeat what I said at our report from our auditor on our annual audit on city services. While we continually, and as this presentation was kicked off by what we say are the priorities of our community, the priorities of our community are to improve the areas that are lagging in terms of how well we're doing them, or the things that are most visible as problems. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we ought to sacrifice the programs that they find very highly successful. And I always call out several departments. I don't want to do that again, but I know that people know who I'm talking about. The very highly valued. Smiling. I know Jill's smiling at me, but the libraries and other things, but airport, whatever they are, all these programs that people really find valuable and are going well. We've got to make sure through this budget process that we preserve the services that we've provided to residents, because we don't want other services then to become an add to the list because we've sacrificed them. So I just wanted to make sure to shout that out.
Yeah, both great points. And on your first point, I just wanted to reinforce it. We have an opportunity to help achieve our goals by making our processes more predictable, more efficient, and just building a reputation is a great place to invest. We have, and I don't want to misquote the number, but for example, just one use case, there is real demand out there for data centers, and we are seeing an interest in that. We do have economic development land that is available for that, and every one we get in the ground is something on the order of $5-6 million of revenue to the city. They don't consume a lot of services. That's just one bet of many, but making it easier to build some of those suddenly makes these trade-offs a lot easier. We know there's some interesting opportunities coming forward around development downtown. We're seeing, to your point, that there's workforce housing at kind of 80 to 100, 120% of AMI that doesn't need our subsidy to get built if we can be really quick and predictable and keep our fees low. And it's worth noting that 97% of all the housing stock in our state that exists today was built without the state without any government in California going and passing a bond to subsidize it. It was built because it met market demand and the cost structure worked. That's not to say we can't and shouldn't subsidize affordable housing and shelter, we should, but realistically to really move the needle, we have to create the conditions for private capital to flow into those projects. So I think those are great points, and you can bet that in my March budget message there will be discussion of further policy work. I think Chris and the team in PBCE have done a nice job over the last couple of years of bringing forward streamlining and fee reductions and helping us move toward that goal. So we'll keep pushing there. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. This was a good discussion. We have a whole second half of this initial budget study session. So we're going to move into the section on reducing unsheltered homelessness, strategic planning. We'll have a discussion of that. This will certainly also be at least in part reflected in the March budget message in our discussions all the way through to June. This is part of, for new members, a lot of backstory here. You're going to get caught up on a lot of the discussions and policy decisions we've made over the last couple of years. So there's a lot of history here. We will come back for council discussion, talk about next steps, and then we'll open it up to public comment to hear from members of the public. So we'll let staff do the turnover in the box here, and then we'll jump in.
we're ready.
Probably good. Okay. I think we've swapped the team. I'm going to turn to our city manager for a few comments, and then we'll hand it over to Eric Sullivan.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor and City Council, and getting into a late afternoon here, so thank you for your patience, but this is all really good background. Now that we've had our grounding in the preliminary general fund forecast and conversations about broader budgetary strategies and priorities, we're going to now move into a more in-depth conversation on our work to reduce unsheltered homelessness. San Jose's approach to reducing unsheltered homelessness has evolved significantly as the pandemic brought a need for rapid adaptation and innovation, prompting changes in service delivery, and most significantly, the production and operation of a large sheltering system consisting of converted hotel rooms, individual interim housing units, and supportive parking sites. As the previously directed inventory will be built out by the early part of this next fiscal year, it is time for us to assess the current landscape. We will start with a revised methodology for counting unsheltered people, then frame the scale of the problem, discuss the supply of shelter and its costs, and outline strategies and next steps to improve our own service delivery, while also working with partners to access additional resources to drive down the number of unsheltered residents. While we know we're not perfect and have more to learn and more to do, we should also take a moment and acknowledge the enormous accomplishment of transforming the city's service delivery capability to address the needs of some of our most vulnerable community members. Few organizations could have done what San Jose has done in such a short time. I'm also very proud of the work we're engaging in now, a comprehensive data-driven analysis that provides a clearer target on the magnitude of the challenge and options for solutions. Even with the challenges ahead of us, I look forward to the conversation on how we continue to make progress in this area, and really greatly as one team. Eric, will you please kick us off?
Thank you, City Manager McGuire. So Eric Sullivan, Housing Director, and I'm joined today by my two colleagues, Cupid Alexander, Deputy Director over our Homelessness Response and Grants, and Banu San, who oversees our housing production teams. So as City Manager McGuire mentioned, today we're going to talk through a complex subject about how do we look at and address a complex issue that is at the top of the concerns amongst staff, council, and mayor, and amongst our neighborhoods and throughout the city. The goal of this session is to provide a clear picture of the challenge so that we, as one team, can set a clear target and a path forward for addressing this work comprehensively. Although the topic is focused on unsheltered homelessness, and the decisions we'll make today will ripple effect across the entire housing continuum. We are going to frame this issue, as City Manager McGuire mentioned, from a statistical and data-driven approach. As over the last 7 months, the Housing Department has gone through a transformation with new leadership and new direction for addressing our city's homelessness and housing needs. The number on the screen will be substantiated during this presentation. And I know that no number is perfect, that no strategy is perfect, and there are natural limits to what local government can do to address a societal, national, and even global issue of homelessness. This presentation will be segmented into 3 parts. The first is defining the demand of our unsheltered population. Part 2 will then focus on how do we define the current supply of shelter. And part 3 will focus on defining the gap between that supply and demand for shelter. In addressing the gap of supply and demand, we will offer options for consideration that address a broader way of perspectives on how we can continue to invest in our shelter system under current council direction that is done in tandem with our work around continuing housing production. As Jim has alluded to earlier, our continuing investments around interim housing and meeting our immediate needs of our unsheltered neighbors throughout the city is an area that the city cannot do alone. We cannot afford it alone. We have to continue to invest and expand our public-private partnerships and our collaborations with the county and many other partners. So currently, the city and the county provides in addressing our quantitative need, and I'll get into the details of that later in this presentation, of about 5,477 unsheltered residents. And we'll talk through later on in this presentation about how we got to that statistical analysis, all the data that fed into that. But that's part of our overall target. And so part of this, as I had mentioned, is really looking at, so what do we have today that is operating? And in the extensive work we've done with the county, and I want to thank KJ and Consuelo and the team of the county who has worked with us in devising this presentation, we know that there are 2,968 units across a variety of shelter options in the city of San Jose. And we are in the process, as the mayor had mentioned earlier, of building over 1,700 more units, both in line with our new production, expanding our hoteling program, our safe parking program, a whole host under an above all strategy for how do we address this pressing need. So as we look at this pressing need, we need to define more clearly as to what is the goal. And so as I mentioned earlier, with 5,477 being our target, part of that work is really understanding how do we get to functional zero, which is what has been discussed here earlier today during the budget session and during the question and answer section. And so I'm going to ask my colleague, Deputy Director Cupid Alexander, to talk through and explain to us what exactly does that term functional zero mean.
Thank you, Eric. So, Mayor, City Council, when we talk about functional zero, it's important to be clear about what it actually means. It does not mean that homelessness has been completely eradicated. Instead, what it means is the number of people exiting homelessness is consistently greater than the number of people entering into it. Reaching this goal requires a multi-pronged approach. We must scale up strategies that make a real impact, interrupting chronic homelessness, rapidly rehousing those who experience it, and most importantly, preventing vulnerable families from becoming homeless in the first place. If we do this right, we will have the dexterity to address homelessness across San Jose. So I'll go to the next slide. So as you can see in this chart, time matters. The longer someone remains unhoused, the more their needs escalate, making their path to stability harder and costlier. People experiencing homelessness are often exposed to extreme weather conditions, untreated mental and physical health challenges, and unsafe environments. The longer they stay in these conditions, the higher their needs level becomes. These conditions, meaning they require more intensive services and housing interventions to stabilize. This is why prevention and rapid rehousing are usually the most cost-effective solutions. Keeping people housed before they fall into homelessness saves significant resources, while permanent supportive housing is the most expensive option. It serves individuals with the highest needs. In addition, rapidly creating a myriad of solutions to meet people where they're at interrupts the continued slide toward higher needs.
So as we think about our community goal being functional zero and addressing our issues, we're not alone. Many other cities have looked at addressing functional zero as their community goal, but for subpopulations within the global homeless population. As an example, the city of Houston, which my good colleague worked in, they had a target goal of getting to functional zero in veterans homelessness. Other cities have focused on seniors homelessness or getting to functional zero on youth aging out of foster care. The spectrum is wide. So this work that we're looking to do here in the city is looking to do a broader target around specifically unsheltered homelessness. And how do we look for ways in which to clear our waterways, our public spaces and streets, to find more managed and safe places for our lived-in vehicles as we aim towards this goal. And as we're working towards that goal, we are working on a particular part within the housing continuum, which is really focused on expansion of shelter and then needing to transfer those individuals in the interim spaces into more permanent units. So on the housing continuum, we have to continue to make investments around prevention, as the council had discussed earlier today, as prevention on a per capita basis, as Cupid had mentioned, is our most effective return on investment. It keeps the inflow out. It prevents folks from getting into or getting lost in our system of response to unsheltered homelessness. So we must continue to make investments around prevention. And as they experience unsheltered homelessness, then our shelter system is what is the response. And that shelter system takes many forms, as I had mentioned. It includes board and care beds and congregate shelters operated by the county. It includes safe parking, our safe sleeping options, our hoteling options, and the broad array of investments that the city has made over the years. Since 2016, as City Manager McGuire mentioned, the city began investing in this work, looking at how we first address abatement of encampments, and then looking at how do we make investments around affordable housing. And as the need grew over the years, we expanded the system to include warming centers, and then eventually began making investments into places like safe parking with our Santa Teresa site, and then hotel and motel sheltering with the 4 hotels that we operate today throughout the city, and then into interim housing. So there has been a 10-year look over this work as we look to expand and address our immediate unsheltered needs and continue to make the strategic investments to address the comprehensive work that we have to do on the streets today, while at the same time continuing our investments in prevention so we could stem the inflow of need into the system. So this above all strategy has taken us to a variety of different shelter options with the intentionality to look at ways in which we connect this system in a more comprehensive way. And we will address later in this presentation about how we also operate that system more cost effectively through standardization of operations as well as our delivery of services within this system, both from the supportive services side, the delivery of food, security, property management, a whole host of issues where we could make substantial gains as we have taken a step back to look at the system as a series of assets under management, drawing upon our experience within property management to address some of our more outrageous costs and get to substantial cost savings. So as we begin to do this work, one of our next challenges is then understanding, even with the production that we have today, our target number here of 5,477 is still not being met. And so it's important to first understand, how do we get to this number? And so I want to talk through all the data points of consideration. As I mentioned before, any one data count is insufficient. The point in time survey, as we can show later in the slides here, has vast ranges from ups and downs because as a count and as a survey, it has fundamental challenges. Within our homelessness information management system, which is the HUD system through which we are coordinated through the continuum of care, the data in that system has its own challenges around duplication, missing key points, as well as a continuing management of the various inputs throughout the entire county. Over 200 organizations can input data into the system, so there becomes data integrity challenges. But we're able to siphon out sort of a target number from the HMIS system. We also looked at our existing counts that the city has done. My good colleague at PRNRS, at DOTs, they have done extensive work around counting the number of encampments that we serve, around counting the number of lived-in vehicles that exist throughout the city. And then how do we take that information and data, filter that into the calculation, along with the work we have done in the first 12 miles of the waterways to calculate a number as to what is the need there, and then projecting out the next 12 miles, which will begin that work here in the next couple of weeks. We took all of this combination of data points and utilized sort of a version of what I would simplify say is applying calculus, for the first time ever being utilized in a work environment, but we applied calculus through what's called differential equations to get to an understanding of this. Because we're solving fundamentally for a quantity that is variable. We don't quite know, since we do not have a single door of entry into the system, there are many hundreds of doors into the system. We're trying to count for how many folks are falling in and how many are coming out. So with that variety of data points, we were then able to target what is the 5,477. So as you'll see, it's higher than the other numbers, and that's because there is a plethora of academic research about how traditionally the PIT or the HMIS system, they are undercounts. We don't capture all those who are unsheltered. And so we took a comprehensive data view of this to model out a number that provides a much clearer target based on the variety of data systems that we have. So then we started to take that number and look at the total amount of supply within the system. And in doing our collaborative work with the county, we were able to identify sort of 3 key points of this slide. The first is looking at what's the supply today? How much available beds and units and spaces do we have in the system now? And right now, that number is about 2,968, of which the county manages the majority of that system, with over roughly 1,000 beds of congregates scattered throughout the city, not just at our large Picardo Center, but also in smaller sites that Cooper will talk here in a minute, that represent sort of services to particular populations, be it domestic violence or other youth aging out of foster care, but small sites throughout the city. In terms of the production side of adding to the system, the city is making up the overwhelming majority of that production, as we have over the years added on a significant amount of interim housing, and we continue to, as the needs around our unsheltered population have continued to grow. So when we add up our supply plus production, what we get to is roughly a 50-50 dispersion between the work of the county and the work of the city in building out this shelter response to our unsheltered need. And it's important to know that within the current system, there is high occupancy, meaning there is high utilization across all of the shelter options being offered, both at the county, our safe parking, our EIH systems, the county EIH systems, and that average occupancy is roughly about 95% in a look back over the last 18 months. So the system is being utilized. So when we look to identify what are those who are unsheltered within the system, who are not able to access an existing bed, and therefore what is the available supply in the system today, that number of vacancy is roughly 5% or lower. So we only have in the current system, putting aside for now the total amount in production, just looking at the current system, there's about 5% vacancy or less. And so as we add on new production into the system, we are addressing and building more capacity into the system to address the broad number of unsheltered. So our next slide is then getting at an understanding of, so how do we, this seems to have gone out of order, so bear with me for a minute here. Yeah. So I'll just talk through. So when we look through kind of what the gap is, and looking at that 547.7, and then the current system that we have, which is you add the current supply of the 1723 plus that available supply within the current system of 148, you get to a production plus available supply of about 1,871. So when you take that 1871 and subtract that from our larger 5477, you get to a gap of just about 3,000 units. We seem to have lost a slide here, so bear with me for a moment to see if we can find it. Okay, so I'm just going to talk through it here. When you look at the projected gap, it's roughly about 3,000 total units that we would need to bring on. And by units, I mean spaces, I mean hotel spaces, beds, that is essentially the gap that we are solving for. So as we look to solve for that system, we need to understand kind of what are the different options for building out that entire system. And so we also took a quick inventory of of what we provide across both safe parking and safe sleeping, as well as hoteling. And so right now, the city operates an entire system, both units and spaces, of roughly 950 units and spaces. And so as we look to expand and potentially consider options, there are a number of sites that are already under production, as I had mentioned, at roughly 1,723. And over the next, from now until the end of the calendar year, we will bring on roughly 1,700 more of all those various types, both hoteling, tiny homes as at our various sites at Cerrone and Cherry, and in addition to our safe sleeping site at Taylor Street, as well as expanding our hoteling options as we look for ways to do quick turn-ons in order to clear encampments along the waterways. When we add all that up, and I think we're going to hopefully find it here. Yeah. No, servicing, that's it. She went to go check. Okay, we're just going to take a quick minute here because we're missing a bunch of slides from the deck right now.
Okay, why don't we take a 3-minute recess and we'll be right back. I'll let you guys get a new deck.
forward here just to pick up where we left off in the conversation. So I was mentioning we did an assessment and review of the overall supply within the system. And the three parts to this slide kind of get into, as I had mentioned, one, what is the current supply within the shelter system, which is a 2968 number, of which a majority of that comes from the county management of congregate beds, over 1,000 beds throughout the city in various places. We think of Picardo as the largest ones, but there's a scattering of different organizations that provide 50 to 75 beds throughout the city, serving particular populations. And then we look at current production. So the city, by far, is picking up the majority of the production, as we are adding on, as I had mentioned, just over 1,700 of various types of units, beds, and managed spaces for safe parking throughout the city. So when you add up our current supply plus production, you get to about a 50-50 dispersion between the city and the county. And a point to emphasize here regarding the current supply, so there's clarity in the numbers, is that the overwhelming majority of that supply is currently occupied. There is less than 5% of vacancy throughout the current system. So there's about, on average, roughly about 148 spaces throughout the entire current system that is available. So when we look at available supply plus current production, the 1723 plus the 148, that gets us to, under current council directives, about 1,871 available spaces, units, and beds throughout the shelter system that the city is supplying. And then if we want to solve for the full 960 of lived-in vehicles, we'll need to add roughly about 728 more spaces for safe parking, in addition to roughly over 2,300 more tiny homes, congregate, safe sleeping, the above all strategy to meet our gap of roughly 3,064. And I want to highlight a particular point of this analysis here. At the very top, you'll see a number dedicated to program resistant. That is a number based on an estimate of the amount of individuals who are currently unsheltered who will be unresponsive to an offering of shelter or housing. And so that percentage is at this point a best guess. Varying municipalities have tried to size their work around what they project to be the program resistant. And I'm going to ask Cupid here to get into some more details about this, but that number can vary rather dramatically.
Thanks, Eric. So getting into that a little bit, one of the challenges we have to address is those who are labeled program resistant. So those are the individuals who have declined or struggled to engage with available services or shelter or some of our housing programs. But honestly, it's not just about their outright refusal. Part of what we're uncovering is often about the past trauma, the broken trust, the barriers within our existing system that don't work for them. So if you ask who are those individuals, they're usually people who have significant behavioral health challenges, including untreated mental illnesses or substance abuse disorders. They're individuals who have negative experiences in shelters. They are also individuals who have long histories of street homelessness, and people who prefer the autonomy and they fear that losing the independence when they come into our shelters. So how are we addressing this? Here in the city of San Jose, in partnership with our service providers, we've developed approaches that we think will work. So part of it is going to be using consistent engagement. I want to shout out our Beautify SJ team. They work with our housing team on outreach, building that relationship. The other thing is we're going to continue offering low barrier options, including supportive outdoor sleeping or safe parking, which provides stability without the same rigidity of the program requirements. We are continuing our harm reduction approach. We're creating person-centered pathways. All of this is to say our message is simple. We don't give up on human beings, but at the same time, we want you to be a part of our community. We will continue to work with you to get you on the path to stability, but there is an expectation. When offered solutions, people must take steps towards housing and stability and not remain indefinitely in crisis.
And so next, we'll get into discussion here about what are we doing today and what does our current system look like, as well as future production. So as I mentioned, we have about 950 total units and spaces throughout the current system. ranging from tiny homes to hoteling options to safe parking options to sites that are going to be opening up later this week at Brenham and Monterey. So this takes a variety of forms. And one of the areas of cost savings that we'll detail later today is looking at ways in which we can standardize the delivery of services across all of these types. We understand that we have asked our supportive service partners to step into many lines of business that are not playing to their strengths. We'll talk more about this in detail, but areas like security, food, property management, these are not areas where they are playing to their strengths. So as we look at this system as a whole and then look at future growth, we're looking to standardize the delivery of our supportive services, as well as have already identified cost savings, to which we'll be coming back to council later this fiscal year as part of the overall budget process. So the next 3 slides really speak to where our production is in the system. You'll see a number of sites that have already been mentioned before. Pacific Motor Inn just opened earlier at the end of last year. Our Berryessa Safe Parking site will be opening later this month, followed by Brandon Monterey, Via Del Oro, Taylor Street, the list goes on, as we have a variety of production coming online. And so our targets around getting to optimization of service provision, as well as reducing costs, are also designed to ensure that we have a standard set of protocols for managing all of our sites, as well as service delivery at these sites, so we can reduce the overall operating costs within the system. The focus on that reduction of costs is very much geared towards the acknowledgement that if we wanted to head towards a community goal of functional zero in unsheltered homelessness, that comes with a high cost factor, both on the capital side and on the operating side. But it is balanced by the fact that in building out more permanent supportive housing, that too requires significant and substantial public subsidies. So as we look at the overall growth of this system and what are the targets for reaching functional zero in the build out of this system, we're cognizant of the balancing of investments that are needed across the housing continuum to advance any one single point. And so in order to solve for our gap of the 3,000, it would require, based on projected reductions in savings on the production side, of which we are targeting through our comprehensive assessment of all that has been produced in the past, we can reduce roughly 20% of our existing costs to get to this $255 million one-time capital in order to build out all the spaces and units in the shelter system to meet the need and to fill the gap of 3,064. However, that also carries a significant operating cost of roughly $234 million. This number would be further reduced as we continue to expand our collaborations with the county to increase per unit subsidies as part of the work around CalAIM. That likely can get up to about 20% in cost reductions on a per capita basis. So these numbers will continue to drop. And it's an acknowledgement that this cost at this point in the housing continuum, though high, also reflects that within the permanent supportive housing system, as Cupid has mentioned earlier, each of those units require continuing services. So it's a balancing of costs that we're continuing across the board, and where ultimately do we invest public subsidies. What the shelter system provides is an immediate option that's far faster and far less expensive on a per unit basis to meet our existing chronic homelessness within our streets and neighborhoods, in addition to building out more safe parking to address all the lived-in vehicles and RVs throughout the city. And so when we start looking at cost savings, what this chart shows is sort of 2 parts. One, on the production side, we have a very clear line of sight now, based on the analysis we've done in preparation for this work, of targeting at least 20% cost reductions on the production per the unit types and the types of shelter we're targeting. As you see here, safe parking is expensive. That's primarily driven by our lease requirements around the Berryessa site. However, we can look to operate those sites at a far more effective rate, and that's on the right here where our operating costs are, getting to some of those cost savings that we talked about. Now I'll ask Cupid just to touch briefly on some of those operational savings.
Yes, thanks, Eric. So a majority of the costs for our ongoing operations are around the security costs, and also the maintenance and unit turn. So there's several things that we're looking at. How can we get proactive maintenance routinely out there to make sure that the asset is protected? And the other thing is creating a system around our entire EIH portfolio, thinking of it as a bulk buy in order to get some operational savings. Those two primary areas are where a majority of our financial resources are going, aside from the case management. We will have a further conversation on case management with our providers, but I think the first thing that we're focused on is getting towards a possible 20% reduction in cost just in this bulk buy strategy. Again, it's looking at our current portfolio, looking at the cost, looking at the portfolio as we extend it out, and then knowing that some of the operational challenges that we have is because in our system, each provider negotiates their own agreements. So there is wildly different rates across this system, and we're looking at if we can bring in a couple, put out an RFP, we should be able to get some operational savings.
And so those savings will then put us in a position to think through more comprehensively about how do we strategically invest and build out this system, again, under the assumption that our community goal here is functional zero in unsheltered homelessness. A lot of our discussion today has focused on construction and development and operating costs, but there are also a ton of other costs that have not been highlighted, and so I want to briefly lift that up. And this slide speaks to all the work that goes on among staff time across the departments to get to our construction, to get to our continuing operating. And so there are continuing costs that we carry in terms of the overall operations of the site. And so I just want to highlight that as part of our considerations here of the work across the many different departments to look at ways in which we build out this system. And now some paths forward. So as we've identified what the challenge is and put a clear number set as to what the challenge is and what are the various options we can take in solving the gap of that 3,064 total units and spaces needed, I wanted to provide some considerations here about how to address this. As we talk over the last year about the need to clear our waterways, to clear our public spaces, to look for ways in which we can find landing spaces for our lived-in vehicles, we have a plethora of options to look at with an acknowledgement that as we build out this system, there has to be some inherent elasticity to it, because the continuing operating cost, so we can continue to drive down that number, continues to be high, as Jim had mentioned in the earlier presentation. So as we think through the options here, we must consider how do we build out the system strategically that allows for compression. So as we transfer more individuals from the shelter system into more permanent housing options. And so this slide just depicts two quick points. First, where we are today with our total system currently plus production. So that's looking at what our roughly operating cost is, as Jim had alluded to, roughly about $85 million a year. What would the target be if we wanted to solve for our total 5,547 of getting to functional zero? And then what are some considerations of options within that line? We can look at ways in which to size this program of considerations with clear targets and direction from mayor and council to say we want to clear the waterways, or we want to clear the waterways plus lived-in vehicles, or we want to clear the waterways plus lived-in vehicles plus focus on commercial zones and downtowns. There's a lot of different ways in which, because we have the data and the modeling system to do this, to size out different considerations and options as we look to aim towards this goal, with an acknowledgement that investments across the housing continuum will need to continue, particularly our work around prevention, so we can ensure we can stem the inflow of additional individuals into the system, and our work around unit preservation. For example, Soft Story. Soft Story houses the majority of the 14,000 units that we will be retrofitting. Majority of those are very low income or extremely low income families. So we have to continue to preserve those units so they don't slip more into the unsheltered system. So there's various investments across that entire continuum to look at and consider, as well as ways in which we balance the overall public subsidies that are needed to build permanent supportive housing and shelter and regular affordable housing with not as deep of needs of supportive housing. And so there's options to consider and ways in which to tackle the problem over a multi-year basis, acknowledging that the system, whatever we build out, the recommendation is to ensure there's sufficient elasticity in it so it can be compressed. And so for our goal is functional zero, we'll need to expand, build, and compress this system in order to ensure that it is responsive to our community needs, to our neighborhood needs, while also providing more areas of permanent housing to transition individuals to, and then continuing those investments around prevention to ensure we don't have a further influx of individuals into the system. And there are many different ways in which we can get there. As I mentioned at the top of my remarks, public-private partnerships are an absolute focus of this. It's needed both on the permanent housing side as well as on the shelter side. The overwhelming majority of funds, and I'll ask Banu to talk through sort of how we look at our goal of building out more permanent housing as well as shelter. What are the ways in which we divvy up that pie of various public subsidies, private subsidies that go into that consideration? As we look at revenue options, in addition to public-private partnerships, there's also ballot measures and ways in which we can better utilize or expand existing tax credit financing systems, as well as on the shelter side, where do we look at existing networks that have not been connected into the city's network? There is a faith-based shelter system that operates across 25 different churches throughout the city. Where do we find ways at low capital costs to integrate that work into our overall operating system, whereby we have a small investment on the capital side, some investment on the continuing operating side, but we're able to expand the system through more strategic partnerships. So there are various options there. But ultimately, this comes down to public-private partnerships. Now I'll ask Banu just to quickly walk through this slide.
Thanks, Eric. It takes a significant stack of financing sources to obtain sufficient funding to build interim as well as permanent housing. The city leverages funding from private and public sources, such as HCD's Home Keep program. And permanent supportive housing sources funds from foundations, grants, to acquire the land and rehab properties such as hotels that can be quickly converted into temporary shelters. These funding sources can also help fund some part of the operating costs, but are usually only sufficient for a limited amount of years before it runs out. Therefore, these interim housing properties will eventually, will be needed to be redeveloped into new construction, permanent supportive residential properties that fund its own operating expenses through own self-generated rental revenue. Gathering funding for the construction of permanent housing can take several years, as the state and federal subsidy funding for these developments are limited and highly competitive. Some public funders have applications only once a year, such as the HCD Supernova. Tax credits have 2, at most 3 rounds of applications. These permanent developments are typically funded through private debt financing, equity contributions, attracted mainly by tax credits provided through the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, public-private grants and subsidy loans to lenders like the city and the county that are amortized over very long periods of time to help ease debt payments. Developing permanent housing takes double the time as interim housing. In terms of costs, even though interim housing acquisition and rehab costs are lower than permanent housing, about half the cost per unit, $300,000 per unit versus $640,000 to $700,000 per unit on the perm side. As mentioned, they do not charge rent, that is, generate any rental revenue to fund their own operational costs. Pacific Motor Inn is an example of a HomeKey acquired interim shelter hotel that will need to be redeveloped in the next few years before they run out of operating funds. So if we were to move all 3,000 people to permanent supportive housing, assuming the city's average subsidy of $200,000 to $250,000 per unit, so around 20% contribution, the city would need around $575 million in capital funding in addition to all the debt financing, equity contribution, grants these developments would need to move forward.
And so that is an outlay of just the costly comparisons, the pulls and the tugs and the tensions that we have across the entire system as we consider ways in which to address our entire housing continuum. You know, at each point in this continuum, staff and city have investments, programs, directives, ways in which we are advancing the work at each point in this continuum. And part of the considerations here is, where do we look at, as the conversation was raised earlier, what are some not necessarily direct costing in terms of capital and operating work that the city does already to address some of these issues. There's a laundry list. We do a lot of work as already charged under the housing element to advance strategies, to create that format, to create that criteria, that environment that advances housing production. So there's already a lot of work underway that we do that does not require necessarily a direct capital or operating investment. And so as we look at those and consider those options, there are many ways in which we can piece together a more comprehensive solution to address the target need. With a clear line of sight now for how do we address this need and a variety of options to choose from, I'm hopeful that we can, as one team, address this comprehensive problem. And so that is our presentation.
All right, that was a lot. Thank you. Really appreciate the very comprehensive presentation. I think it represents a really important evolution in our thinking and the rigor that we're bringing to the problem. Obviously, even in a lower cost scenario like this, we don't have $250 million today, but I want to be clear about where we're starting from. My great frustration with our current plan, the community plan to end homelessness that the city, nonprofit partners in the county have come together to produce, and we're about 9 years into. We're nearing the end of our second community plan, so we're nearly a decade into this work, is that, well, the aspiration is correct, and many of the strategies are wonderful and backed by research, and we support them. We have not done the hard work of actually doing the math. We haven't showed our work, and I think that's the tough reality, and that's what we have to do as policymakers. It's not enough to tell the community we want to end homelessness. We have to actually take all of our assumptions, model them, put some real numbers behind them, and say, what would it cost? And as I was doing the back of the envelope math when I first ran for council 5 years ago on the stated plan to end homelessness and the allocation of strategies, including in our Measure E allocations, and the actual cost, it dawned on me that we were going to need to find over $5 billion to solve the problem of public dollars. Now, the city doesn't contribute all of those, and with all of these strategies, there's city, county, state, there's tax credits, there's actual direct subsidy, so there is a lot of complexity here. But I think this point about deciding which problem we want to solve, at least first, is it more important to incrementally add to the affordable housing stock? Is it more important to interrupt the cycle of chronic homelessness and get people into a safe environment earlier before they get to a point where it becomes very difficult to help them turn their lives around and extremely costly, and folks need a lifetime of support for health care and other needs? And it's a tough trade-off. I mean, this is, I think, the other difficult situation we're in as policymakers is we want to be able to solve all the problems. We sort of can never perfectly solve the problem. I want to note that the model that you all have created, and I really want to thank Eric Cube, the whole team, for the work you've done to actually attempt to put pen to paper and actually put real math behind it so we can start to understand the assumptions and the trade-offs and what it would actually take, is that there are still a lot of assumptions there. As was noted, there are opportunities to reduce costs. There are opportunities to leverage private philanthropy. There could be a different kind of relationship we have with the county or the state here. I think a really interesting component of this that I had not thought about until you all did the math was the notion of scaling shelter, but then over time, taking the more sophisticated interim housing sites and converting them to affordable housing and actually bringing back down the number of units and the operating cost as we bring online other units, and even start to get creative at looking at having folks in our system who are paying into the system if they're earning income, because we know that some percentage, 20-some% of our unhoused population is actually working, particularly if they're in an RV. We've seen that. So there's a lot of opportunity here to continue to optimize the system. Cal-AIM reimbursements, another interesting lever that we may have for addressing costs here. So I think it's promising. The numbers are still daunting, but we're getting closer at least to the right order of magnitude. Something on the order of a couple $100 million is a heck of a lot closer than $5 billion to being achievable over time, not in 1 year, but taking a 5-year look at how do we get to unsheltered homelessness. I'd also note the model assumes that we get to functional zero. I think our community would throw a parade if we had a 50% reduction in unsheltered homelessness. So I don't want people to read the wrong thing into the model. The model is a way of starting to actually put math behind and inform our strategies. It is not a commitment anyone's going to be asked to make this year to go spend $250 million. That's not within the realm of possibility this year. But it lays out a framework for thinking over multiple years about how we might get on the path to functional zero, which I think is what our community is overwhelmingly asking us to move closer to. So I found it very interesting. There's a lot of complexity, but I think it really it marks an evolution in our thinking and analysis. So I just want to recognize staff for all the hard work. One other thing I'll say, and then I'll turn to colleagues. It is important, even without any additional investment, just the existing pipeline, and that was noted here. We are making already historic investment in more than doubling our shelter capacity in the city. I'm just going to say the uncomfortable thing. As I read the headlines today about neighboring cities talking about blanket bans on encampments. And it sounds great. It's like a sugar high. It's a shortcut. I said to the Merc, you may have seen it in the paper, I would vote to ban encampments in the city of San Jose in a heartbeat if I thought it would solve the problem. Yeah. It would just have us chasing people around the city endlessly and then fighting with our neighbors over where we're going to push the encampment. Are they going to end up in Campbell, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, Morgan Hill, down with Lee? Where are they going? And we're so big that unlike some of our smaller neighbors, it's not so easy to just say you can't be in this little area. We know when we abate, it's generally pushing one neighborhood to another, but all within the city, because we've got 187 square miles we're talking about. But I do want to say, I believe that the approach to scaling safe and managed places, and you showed a spectrum, safe sleeping, safe parking, modular units, converted motel rooms, and on and on and on, only works and is only fair to our residents if we prioritize, we do local preference and prioritize those who are homeless in that area. We just launched Cherry Ave. We start to expand no encampment zones around the areas where we've asked neighbors to do the heavy lifting and take on the burden of addressing our homelessness crisis. If we step up our hands-on management of encampments, including a codified set of good neighbor policies, a code of conduct that we start to enforce and start to look at things like tapping electrical lines, open flames, propane tanks, accumulation of trash, pollution going into the waterways, encampments that are larger than 12 by 12 feet, stolen shopping carts. I could keep going. The list is very long. But unless we start to up our game in terms of hands-on management, enforcement of our laws, and being common sense about local preference and local no encampment zones where they make sense, we will create a perverse incentive, a moral hazard, if you will, to say we're going to solve this problem for the whole county. We can't. And we've got to have two sides of the coin. We're holding ourselves accountable to saying we're going to find a way to get to more safe and managed places where people can be with basic services, but people need to use them, and we're not going to allow the status quo of permanent, unmanaged, unsafe, unsanitary, environmentally destructive encampments on our streets forevermore. And we're going to have to up our game on both sides. We're going to have to keep ratcheting up the effort as we go on both sides. Okay, I'm gonna pause there. Let me turn to colleagues for reactions, and don't forget we still need to hear from the public. Let's go to Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I just want to thank the staff in the box, the Housing Department, for your great work on this report. I know that this is probably one of the toughest issues facing the country, not just the state of California or the city of San Jose. And I think we have some of the brightest minds on this project, and I would just want to thank you guys for those efforts. Also just reading the slides here in the presentation. I also want to thank the mayor for his leadership, because I know a lot of this plan came from your office. As you were mentioning, when you were first running for council, you saw problems in that, and it's a lot easy to come with problems than it is to come with solutions. And unfortunately, I have more questions than I have answers right now. But I do want to thank you, Mayor, for putting yourself in the ring and proposing things, and thank you guys for doing that as well. Like I said, I have a few questions. So I know you mentioned, I forgot the exact term that you had used, but you mentioned that there is a population with within the unhoused community that is resistant to shelter or resistant
Program resistant.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Program resistant.
Program resistant. So I just would like to know how deep have we dived into this population? Because I know that there are barriers to shelter for a lot of unhoused people, right? For example, a lot of these shelters don't allow animals, and there are a huge population of unhoused people who have pets. A lot of these shelters may have small units, or they're maybe for one person, and some people have families. Some people are out there with their kids. So I just want to make sure, how are we defining this term?
Yeah, for the service resistant, it's basically anyone who is not wanting to go inside. So what we're looking at is we're engaging not only with our BSJ team, but our DOT team. So we have individuals who are engaging with them, and we're saying, what would it take for you to get inside? And we're also letting them know that the expectation is that as we're offering you these services, because we don't have a requirement that says at our EIHs, you can't have pets, you can't have this, you can't have that. We've eliminated even lengths of stay. We're saying we're incentivizing everything because it's assigned and aligned with an encampment, our encampment management work, and then our prioritization around our EIHs to get you inside. So when it's a no re-encampment activity, you are very aware. So we've limited what we even require to get you inside. Now, when you're inside, it's something else. You have a requirement to your community to abide by the rules internally, but council member, we've eliminated a lot of the things that would keep people from coming into some of our units.
And I'll just add, council member, that program resistant is also a scale. That ranges from, as Cupid had mentioned during the presentation, those who have significant mental health issues at the end, so that maybe there is a distrusting fundamentally of the system, that they do not want to come indoors, to those who can't come in because they have, again, barriers. Maybe the available bed or shelter does prohibit dogs, so maybe they cannot answer a bed that evening or that day. And so that's part of why, as Cupid had mentioned, when you look at our entire system, we want to reduce the barriers as much as possible, so that way we can expand the options. And for those who are then ultimately being program resistant, it's not because of a barrier, it's because of sort of other challenges that the current system may not be able to meet.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm glad that you guys have given a lot of thought to that topic. And then now going into once they're in the shelter, what does our success rate look like? What is the end goal? I know you said that in some cases their stay is extended, but what do we see as a success? Helping them get a job, that they get into a regular apartment, or however we want to define that. Because if we build all these shelters, I think we have the first $255 million that's going to take for these allocated projects, and then I think you put down $500 million to address it entirely. But just putting them in the shelter, is just step one. How do we get them to the next step and moving forward?
So I'll respond to that first, to the continuing sort of operations of what do we see in terms of performance of transference. Roughly 30 to 40% of individuals who flow through our existing shelter system, and I'm talking specifically just our systems, not the overall county system, because we're still reconciling data on that, about 30-40% transfer to permanent housing. Now that has two challenges. One is the total available units. Overall, the city will bring on just over 2,000 more affordable housing units across 11 projects that are currently in construction. Of that, about 35% of them are PSH units. So there'll be an uptick in wave of those who are able to transfer into permanent units. But one other thing we have found is at particular shelter sites, for those where the encampment was cleared as a group or as a family and community, a lot of them don't want to transfer. They find that the EIH that is being provided is a better environment for them, as they do not want to necessarily transfer it into an apartment building. So there's a lot, again, a broad scale there of what the challenges are. And as we look at the overall performance metrics of the shelter system in terms of transference, yes, we want to push more of those numbers up, but there's also an acknowledgement, as Cupid had mentioned, that there are some groups, and not necessarily individuals, because they moved from an encampment into an EIH together as a community, they built community, and they want to stay. We have a couple of that at Guadalupe, at Roof Rari, at Evans Lane, where we have units that have full bathrooms, so they were to provide a full set of dignity within each of these units, and so they want to look at more permanent stays there.
Okay, no, I thank you that. And the reason why I ask is because looking at the cost of annual operating cost, right, 234 million, and that's just for the ones that are approved right now. If we do reach, this threshold of the amount of units is for interim housing that we want, or shelter that we want, how sustainable is that? Would we have to start, closing down community centers and libraries? Like, when does our pursuit of, wanting to put people in these shelters start to impact with the working poor and the single mom who's doing everything she can to afford rent, and then the local community center closes down because we're trying to put everybody in a shelter? How realistic is that?
Well, again, I think that's for considerations for the entire council to consider as to where the priorities are. There are public subsidy requirements, both on the permanent side and on the interim housing side. As Banu had alluded to get to your standard public housing unit, you need about 70% of that unit needs to come from a form of public subsidy, be it tax credits or debt financing. The other 30% comes from either philanthropic contributions or revenues generated from the housing choice voucher that went into the unit. So either way, there's a public investment throughout the entire system. So where do we look at the scale of that public investment in the entire system, and where do we find the most responsive system to look at both a delivery of shelter and supportive services, and then for those within that scale who want to transfer to permanent housing, what does that look like? But either way, at any point in that housing continuum, we're looking at a form of public subsidy.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, and I understand that. Just there's different levels of public subsidy, and permanent supportive housing is one, and these shelters are another. But thank you. So East San Jose is ground zero for youth homelessness, specifically the Allen Rock School District, but really across East Side, and I'm sure all of our districts have these pockets of populations. What is the city doing specifically for youth homelessness to address that issue in our communities?
Yeah, so we have a long-standing relationship with the Bill Wilson Center. So they're primarily focused on specifically individuals who are exiting out of foster care and the youth involved in the street. They're on the street, so they're constantly engaging with them. We are looking also, there is programs with like the Housing Authority. They have vouchers. I don't know if you're familiar with it, the FYI program. Yeah. There are different subsidy availabilities depending on who the partner is, but that's something that we're consistently focused on. Right now it's with the Bill Wilson Center, and we have, I believe it's the Pavilion Inn that is focused on, and it's one of the new developments that's specifically focused on individuals who are exiting out of foster care, to catch them between the ages of 16 to 24, so they don't build that resistancy to getting the services and the help that they need.
I mean, these populations have been traumatized since a young person, whether it's child abuse, domestic violence, things like that. So in many cases, they respond like that to different services. They're resistant to those type of services. So I get that. So is there any way to understand like how well we are serving them? Do we look at the numbers? I understand Bill Wilson, I don't think they got anything going on in Allen Rock. I hope they do. Maybe that I don't, but my understanding is the east side of San Jose is the ground zero for the country. Not just for the state of California, for the country on youth homelessness. So are we measuring our impact in that community?
I can't say at this point we are, but okay. I can get more data and come back to you, council member, with an answer.
That'd be great. Yeah, I'm not trying to do a gotcha, but just would like to hear about what your thoughts are in regards to that. No, thank you for this. I have some concerns about the long-standing costs. Like, I don't know, how long are we expecting these EIHs to be running for? And then would we have to invest money to refurbish them again? And like, are we thinking about how long these sites are going to last?
I can speak to what is the comparison to other cities and municipalities. So in other areas with terrible weather, like my hometown, Philadelphia, go Eagles, they provide a shelter system that is indefinite, and it costs the city a tremendous amount of money. So it very much depends upon what is the intentionality of design of the system and how does that integrate to the overall housing delivery at the end. Well, at the Philadelphia Housing Authority, we helped the city operate what's called the Blueprint Program, which provided a direct pipeline of those entering in through the city shelter system and into a public housing unit. That transference allowed for a high movement and velocity of individuals going through the system. We don't have the same scale of public housing here as we do in Philadelphia, but various cities address these challenges in various ways because there are some folks who fundamentally are going to be in the shelter system kind of indefinitely. So most cities are running shelter systems for decades.
For decades. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I mean, like I said, I'm nervous in regards to the financial, expectations from the city, but I also acknowledge that, we're moving, we're learning as we're going. We don't have any other options at this point other than traditional affordable housing, which I do support. So we'll see how the conversation goes. Thank you.
Thanks, Council Member. I want to say I appreciate your comments and good questions. And I mean, the truth is we don't have the dollars we need for either or any of the approaches at the scale we need. I think it's helpful to model it out and kind of start to understand what it would look like, what it would cost. I am heartened by the fact that we're down to an order of magnitude here that's on a couple $100 million versus the many billions that have been kind of the previous back of the envelope math, but still gaps. And I wanted to make one point on service resistance because I thought Councilmember Ortiz's first question was an important one. Well, they all were, but the model doesn't actually speak to any assumptions around the treatment capacity stood up by the county, does it? Am I wrong about that?
Can you just clarify cheaper capacity meaning?
Okay, my assumption that I think I've heard staff validate in the past is that service-resistant population is disproportionately folks suffering from behavioral health disorders and dealing with severe addiction and other forms of mental illness, where the city really can't be the primary provider of shelter or services. We would need to get somebody into a county-run mental health hospital, a county-run treatment center. I know our county has applied now for 4 Prop 1 projects within the county, 2, I believe, in San Jose, 2 outside of San Jose. That would add potentially a couple hundred treatment beds. Does your model make any assumption at this point about the county's investment in additional treatment beds? Because that's another lever that may be out there.
The only commitment from the county we've received on treatment beds is the 220-bed site that they're going to be built out as part of the board care units. I couldn't speak to, and the model does not assume any further investments beyond that. So I have no additional data to add.
I think that's important. I see Lee wants to jump in. And by the way, one thing we should also think about is, given that this now for a few years has consistently been the community's #1 concern, unsheltered homelessness, there may be opportunities in the future for new revenue streams, such as a countywide bond to rebuild our mental health hospital and treatment system. There may be other opportunities to expand that system that may take some of the pressure off of this model, I guess is what I'm saying. It may be that the county stands up 500 treatment beds over the next decade. We don't know how things will change over time. Lee, did you want to jump in?
I was going to say it a different version of the way you said, but I think to Councilmember Ortiz's question, there's folks that are service resistant, and to Eric's point, a variety of policies and projects and paths for these individuals to go help specific people that have certain needs. And I certainly think as the county kind of steps into that arena more and more, especially with the projects they've requested, that's just going to put additional tools on the table. But agreed, that's the state and county as part of the health and hospital system that we really need to lean on and kind of depend on for them to implement those strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Casey next.
First, I want to commend staff on the presentation. This is the type of quantitative analysis that we need to frame the issue, so I really appreciate it. My question is on the public-private partnership piece, and you mentioned the asset financing segment of that. Some clarity on that. What's meant by that?
So I'll talk a little bit, and I'll ask Banu to jump in here as well. When we look at your kind of standard permanent supportive housing deal or affordable housing deal or any real estate deal for housing development, you can finance the value of the assets like the land and take out that cost, Councilmember, as you all know. And that's part of the capital stack that goes into it. I don't know, Bonnie, if you want to add more.
I think that covers it. I don't really have any other comments.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let me turn to Councilmember Salas.
Eric, I had heard good things about you and your staff, and it certainly shows in the report. Thank you very much. So I need some short-term advice from you. I've only been on here a week and a day, and I am dealing with a big problem at Market in Virginia. There is a new residential building going in, and the demolition happened, and all of a sudden, the campers moved in full-time, and it is a complete mess. Now, luckily, it started before I moved here, and the mayor's people have been dealing with it. But I just want to know, what do we do? I suspect my colleagues have the same problem, at least to some extent. But what do we do? What is the mechanism when the campers start moving in? I know for sure that if we could defray them right away, we don't have a problem. But if we don't act on it within days, certainly within a week, then it just builds. And right now, it is a complete mess. And it's a negative income stream because all the business people around are just tearing their hair out. So what is the mechanism for bringing the departments together, or at least somehow stemming that tide of, it starts small and then it gets huge, and there's garbage everywhere and there's tents everywhere?
Councilmember Salas, hey, Omar Passons up in the back row. Hi there. It sounds like, I wanted to get a clarification. It sounded like you were talking about a private property that had been demoed and encampments were showing up on the space. Is that what
No,
you're
they're
saying?
on the sidewalk and on the street.
Oh,
right
okay.
Next to it.
So there's two things to note. We have a teams that will go out, and we're going to have a follow-up presentation that's coming back on our, whether it's Beautify San Jose, depending on if they're blocking the public right-of-way. There's you heard the mayor earlier talk about the good neighbor policy and our existing setbacks, which are basically requirements about where people are and aren't allowed to be. Now, we can make sure that I get staff to follow up directly with your office, try to figure out how to make sure that deployment is happening pretty quickly to get out there. It's an issue all across the city. And then longer term, I think we just have to have more of these strategies that you've been hearing about.
Great, thank you very much, and I will reach out to you. Second question, and again, I don't know this for sure, but you talk about the Pacific Motor Inn and the Arena Hotel. The Arena Hotel, I believe, has been there for a year or so. It's my understanding, and again, I've only heard it secondary, but it's my understanding that the Arena Hotel caused a lot of problems around the direct area. And do you learn from that and get feedback? For instance, I understand, I know the Walgreens shut down, and I understand it shut down because of the issues from the Arena Hotel because it wasn't being properly managed, if you will. Can you give me some ideas of, did that really happen, and have you learned from that? So when the Pacific Motor Inn comes in, it'll be better, if you will.
The short answer is yes. I mean, Arena Hotel was one of the first hotel conversion sites that the department did, long before my arrival, Cupid's arrival, or even Banu's arrival at the department. And so we've taken a lot of steps to address what is the lack of effective management at the site. Two, we're looking at the supportive service provider who is on site and how do we best comprehensively address some of the needs of the residents that are there. And then three, some of the lessons learned regarding the lack of standardized operating procedures as well as standardized supportive services. And I'll ask Cupid to jump in here. That has been applied portfolio-wide.
And Eric used my 1, 2, 3 methodology, so I have to commend him for that. I'm laughing because Councilmember Mulcahy has been in those very serious meetings, and we had some very direct conversations. Part of it was increasing visible security, especially during events near SAP when high visibility traffic was going to be there. Number two is that we had an internal meeting with the council, with the individuals to make sure that they understood the rules of agreement. Three, there were some people who were exited. Now that was a hard conversation because when they exit them, people are wondering where they're going. It was a clear violation of our rules, and we reaffirmed what the rules were, so everyone was clear. And I think the fourth thing is that we engaged deeply with the community. So we had very serious conversations at the CAC. many months to hear what the issues were, to address the issues, and to make those changes. And then we continue to have this follow-up, council member. So every month we stand there and we hear from the community first. We give a report out of any information that we've heard. We problem solve for it. And I would say that over the last couple months, there's been a marked improvement. I haven't received an email. Eric hasn't received an email. So if he doesn't receive an email, my life is good. If none of you have to reach out to me, that means I'm doing okay. So that's some of the concrete steps that we've taken.
And then lastly, the program-resistant folks. My feeling is that that 5%, you say it's 5%, I suspect it's a little higher than that, but let's just say it's 5%. Those 5% give all of the unhoused a bad name. And so I think there's probably nothing more valuable that you could be doing in the short term, particularly in the business areas, than having real procedures in place for dealing very quickly with the program-resistant folks who are psychotic or drug addicted. And I'm just curious, do you have anything in place?
Yes, council member. So part one to your concerns about giving it a bad name. So we do have ongoing conversations and a reiteration of what the rules around our EIHs are. That's the number one thing. What Eric was talking about earlier is we're trying to standardize that so that we make sure that if someone is involved in something, we get on it immediately. And I think the other thing is that as we continue to do our targeted outreach and engagement program, and we're engaging with the individuals who are not yet housed, we're also letting them know of the Good Neighbor Agreement. I heard some of that, of the rules when we go into our EIHs and the expectations that we have for them when they're engaging with us. So it's an ongoing conversation where we're reiterating and having deep conversations with the individual, and we're asking our providers to reaffirm and have these community internal to whatever the EIH's conversations so they can air their grievances, and staff is also a part of that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, council member. Let's go to council member Kameh.
Thank you so much for the presentation and doing the modeling and, putting some numbers to it. It gives us the magnitude of what we're talking about. I find it hard to accept functional zero. I mean, it's, a lofty goal, but, the reality is that it's extremely cost prohibitive. And, I do understand that years ago, the plan to end homelessness was a great sort of aspirational vision to have, but I ask, at what expense and sacrifice? At what point is it beyond what we can possibly do? And I know we're not going to do it, alone or anything like that. I realize that, but I don't know how we get to a point where we can have safe and managed encampments and have it sustainable, because it is going to be at the sacrifice of services, at the sacrifice of other things where we could be putting those dollars for the community. And I guess, I'm not, it doesn't escape me that earlier when we looked at the polling, the number one issue was homelessness. And the number one issue that the community felt we did the poorest was addressing homelessness. And so, it's hard for me to reconcile those two and figure out, okay, I do believe we need a whole spectrum of housing. And I think we're doing that. And we're doing it the best way we know how. Putting numbers to it demonstrates the magnitude of what we're talking about. And that number may go up, right? If we don't catch them early on to, do the prevention. So I'm all for early prevention and putting our dollars there. I also didn't hear anything about using some of the tools in preserving our progress. I do know that we've talked about it in previous meetings, but I'd like to know and see how we combine those. And I hear that we're going to have a sort of an update later on Beautify and what can be done, because I think that it's not going to be just housing. It's not going to be just one way. I think it's going to be sort of a combination of, okay, we're moving this forward, we're making these investments, but at the same time, you know, I really believe that we must preserve our progress, because if we don't, you know, at some point the community is going to say enough, really enough. They're huge investment, and you know, this is something that I don't think is going to go away. And so, you know, I look to how in the world could we get it to a point where it's somewhat sustainable? Like, where is the funding going to come from? And so I have a lot of concerns. I appreciate putting numbers. It really gives you some kind of a context of how big this is. But I also think that, that as we move forward, you know, we need to kind of figure out, okay, these are the things that we can handle and do something about, as well as, you know, as we create the emergency interim housing and everything else along the entire spectrum, including affordable housing, that we also figure out a way to use tools in the toolbox of enforcement. Because I also think that you know, we spend a lot. And if it isn't going to be able to remain in a good way, then, you know, I think that we will hear from it. I mean, I'm already hearing from it from the community. So thank you for the information.
Thanks for your comments. Unless staff wants to respond, we'll continue on. I will say I strongly share, Councilor Kamei, your desire to see us improve our enforcement of existing laws, on-site conditions. We have got to up our game there. We obviously have very limited staffing in police. We need to look at traffic enforcement, CSOs, other tools we might have to, again, have that clear code of conduct, if you will, clear expectations, and be more consistent in enforcing them, and create the right incentives to accept shelter, to accept treatment, to be a good neighbor. So strongly agree there. I do think on your point about the data, it's fairly clear to me that the status quo is not going to be acceptable. People are frustrated because they still see tent and RV encampments that have persisted for years. And they're looking for an answer to it. And I think enforcement will help, but unless we invest in some place where people can go, I don't think we're gonna show the kind of change that the community's demanding. And it's not only been consistent, the frustration with unsheltered homelessness and the fee has been almost by a 2-to-1 margin, the #1 priority. And it is literally dead last on the list of what the city's done. Out of a list of, I think, 40 things or whatever it was, 50, it is literally dead last. So we're gonna have to come up with something. I don't think we have all the answers here. We still don't have all the money to do what we think we need to do, but we certainly are gonna have to pick some strategies to invest in and do something different from what we have been doing. Okay, let's keep going. We have a number of hands we've not heard from yet, up from people we've not heard from yet. Councilor Cohen.
Thank you. First, I want to start by thanking you for this presentation. This is the most thorough, data-driven homelessness presentation that I've seen in all my years. So I really want to appreciate the analysis that went into this, the details, the real understanding of the scope of the problem, what we have to do to address the problem. So I want to thank you for that. One other piece that I think would be helpful, and I think is also missing from this conversation every time we have it, is that doing nothing on the on the housing side isn't necessarily free, right? The question is, what's the cost of not doing this? And I think having that in the analysis is important. So what does it cost us when somebody is on the street to address the issues that we have to address, so that we can understand that this isn't a question of spending the money on these services or not spending money, right? And I don't know, I mean, I'm not necessarily expecting you to have maybe you have some information you want to share right now on that, but the other piece is, and I've asked this in the budget process in the past, at some point, and maybe we're not there yet, doing this and getting people off the street and into the program will start to save money on the intervention side and on the Beautify SJ side. So there should be a budget trade-off where, hey, we're spending money in order to save some money elsewhere. So I don't know if that's a hard analysis to do. I know we have some great people over there to do that, but maybe you have some answers.
Omar Passes, Deputy City Manager. There's sort of a two-step, and I think Eric can answer the second step that you answered. I think the first step is part of what's coming back to council in April, which gets at, there was the mayor launched this thing with Bloomberg to move us towards a few really important data-related integrations. And some of that work actually right now is moving us towards understanding what is some of the impact of what's happening when people are remaining on the street to the rest of the system, the rest of the services that Jim talked about earlier. So we'll hear from PRNS, from DOT, from our other departments about what some of those costs look like. It won't be perfect, we won't be all the way there, but that's one place you'll start to hear. And I think Eric can handle the other part of that question.
Yes, so as you look at sort of what is the cost of our, abatements and what do we spend on an annual basis, if we reduce the total amount of encampments by bringing more individuals indoors, and we're reducing the abatement expenditure and increasing the shelter expenditure to a degree. So there are fundamental kind of trade-offs as to work around mitigation versus work around solutions.
As long as we've also cut off the inflow, which we have a challenge on. So
we just continue investments around prevention that are needed.
And back to my just praise of your presentation as well. That chart that shows the continuum of different steps of the process. Clearly, the more we can invest on the left side of that to keep people from needing the services, the better, and that slows down the inflow as well, and also prevents us from having to spend on the intervention. So obviously, I mean, many people have made this point, but the prevention money is certainly important, and I expressed that earlier. Another question we get asked all the time is the percentage of people, or how many of the folks that are on the streets in our city are local versus coming from somewhere else. And I know that at one point during the point-in-time count and other programs, we've asked that question, we've gotten some data. Do we have a feel for whether that number is changing or consistent, and what the number currently is?
So there's two data points for that. One is 63% from the last point-in-time count showed most of the individuals whose last address was in the city of San Jose. Then in the HMIS system, we know over 70% have stated that their last address was in the city of San Jose.
And that's just city of San Jose. I was thinking more countywide, because it's hard to sort of just have a border between, I don't know, Milpitas, San Jose, or wherever, but in the county, it might be even a little bit higher than that as well.
Yeah, and we can grab some more of that data and kind of follow back up with you.
And do we think that number has been consistent over time? Because I think, we hear the comments about perverse incentive, about we're so nice here, people are coming. I'm not convinced that's the case, and I'm just curious, do we have data to show that somehow we have a reputation that's now drawing more people into our
Actually, Councilmember, yes. So even if you look in the entirety of the Bay Area, a lot of it, if you look at city of San Francisco, it's going to be 71%. If you look at Oakland, it's going to be 72%. If you look at San Jose and Santa Clara County, it's going to be around 67%. And that's for individuals who registered their last address within the last 3 to 5 years being here. So that's excluding the individuals who might have relocated for some reason. Definitely can share that data and all the data points that I've got for that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, the one useful thing, the state of California's homeless data integration system aggregates all of the continuums of care, the sort of localized areas where people get service. And if you go on that site, it's existed for about 3 years. They went back over the last 4 years and found that 96% of people were served in one continuum of care statewide. So that which means they only got their services in whatever continuum of care. So there may be movement within, here locally, people in some other community come over here and say, hey, I was in Milpitas or something, but there is generally one continuum.
And that's a good information. 90% of the folks are usually staying put. What we've learned even is we have very, very regional people even within the city of San Jose. That's why we want interim housing in the north and the south, because people don't want to even go across the city to get housing. They want to stay close to the areas that they're familiar with. So I think that's important to keep in mind. Obviously, we have concerns about what other cities are doing. I mean, if cities drive people out, we might see some of that regional movement that causes it. But I also just want to caution, and I've made this point before as we have these conversations, that you can localize that down even more to within our city. And while there's a lot of sense to the idea that we have to preserve our progress in certain areas, that we have to create no re-encampment zones so that we actually see that there's a positive impact. As long as we are just squeezing the balloon and causing people to move around, you know, it might look like we're doing a good job for one part of the city, and another part of the city gets an inflow of people. And so we do that. We have the micro version of the neighboring city banning it by banning it in certain neighborhoods. And so I just want us to continually be thoughtful about that as we think about policy. It's even very local, even when we, you know, when we take an area of the creek near where, in my district, and we say, this is becoming really bad, we're going to relocate people, we're going to tell them they can't be here anymore. They just move 100 yards up the creek, and now all of a sudden there's a problem in another neighborhood. The same thing happened at Chenoweth, obviously. We had, you know, a concerted effort to start the Olive program there, and all that happened is now the neighborhoods around it are saying, well, the Olive program seems stupid because all you've done is move them from here to here. So we need to really be thoughtful about that approach. And really, we're spending money that isn't solving the problem. I get there's some cleanup and ancillary benefits, but from the big picture, it's not solving the problem. One last question on that is that, you know, we have this waterway focus right now as well to try to clean up our creeks. We have certain, my understanding is, the map is showing the areas that we are responsible for making sure are encampment free. That's not all of the however many miles of waterways there are in this county. I forget the number. It's a certain subset of them. So what we end up with are certain places like Penitentiary Creek and Silver Creek that are not on that list, where people then move because we're focused on the creeks where people, where the key, you know, permitting issues for our storm sewer. So how are we thinking about that? I mean, I don't know. There's not necessarily. That's probably the same point I was making before about the micro causing people to move around. But if you have any input on that, fine. But if not, I just want to also lay that out there that we need to be holistic and thoughtful citywide about this, because, you know, we each can be very parochial about what our neighborhoods need, what our community wants. But we're all at some point going to be victim of the fact that one of our neighboring districts has done a cleanup and everyone's moved into the district next door. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of great points. Let me just lift up one quickly, and then we'll move on to Councilmember Campos. On your point about costs, because you're right, we often leave that out of the analysis, and we need to keep remembering to come back. There's no free lunch. It's not like we're not making a trade-off, even if it's implicit, right? And I just wanted to pull out one data point. We're spending $30 million this year, approximately, on encampment management. I don't know if that even includes the Olive program. Now, I would argue we can't afford, it does not, so we're spending more than that. We can't just not do those things. We know that when we don't abate encampments, we don't abate RVs, we don't go out and do things, that problems accumulate. More trash, more fires, more crime, more issues. So unfortunately, right now, we're in a position where we have to do that proactive management and cleanup and enforcement, and I'm sure the impacts are much greater. To Councilmember Cohen's point, for when we come back in the future, not today, I would like to argue that there are three types of costs that we should be looking at and better understanding. There's the direct cost that is fungible, the cost that would not have to be there if we got everyone indoors. Encampment management, cleanups, outreach teams, extra law enforcement, whatever it is. Sorry, law enforcement actually would not be one. Bucket one would be costs that are only there because we have human beings living in unmanaged encampments, and therefore we could capture a savings to put into another department, another service. Category two would be the cost to public services. When Destination Home last looked at this, they estimated it cost over $60,000 per person per year to leave someone on the streets. Part of that's those direct costs that are fungible. A lot of that is a degradation of services we all rely on. Police response, fire response, emergency rooms are all less effective because they are having to respond to calls or to needs that may actually be eliminated if folks were in a safe, stable environment with some support. So that's the sort of indirect public, or the direct public costs that are probably not fungible, because you're not going to lay off firefighters just because you don't have encampments. They're just going to be more effective and be able to serve everyone else better. The third, which is the hardest, is the broader economic impacts. We have had companies I've talked to companies in District 7 that have said, and literally not renewed their lease, literally walked out of the city, cost our general fund, one in particular I'm thinking of, $250,000 a year in tax revenue, because they said, I'm done. We've had RVs for 4 years in front of my place of business. I'm done. Can't bring customers here. So loss of business, loss of tourism, loss of local expenditures of dollars that would generate revenue. So I'm not asking us to do a scientific analysis of this, but Councilmember Cohen makes, I think, one of the key points, which is we can't do nothing. It's extremely costly to do nothing and allow the problem to persist in its current form. Okay, let me go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again to staff for an incredible presentation. It's really helpful to visualize and contextualize the issue that we're facing and discussing here with all the great data information. So thank you for that. What I wanted to bring up was the soft story conversation that happened last year. Council provided direction on soft story retrofitting. Could staff please remind the council what that direction was?
Thank you, Councilmember. So the soft story program that was brought before council in October of last year was direction to begin our assessments around the retrofits of the roughly, I think the number was about 800 buildings across 14,000 units across the city. And then we're coming back to council probably April or May, roughly, with a full program on how to finance and fund that preservation, those retrofit work across all the units that are potentially impacted by it. That's the brief summary of the two primary points for it.
Thank you. And on your point about the funding, is staff still considering allocating Measure E funding to supplement federal funding for soft story retrofitting?
So based on what was proposed in the October session, the federal funding is done on a rebate basis, is administered by FEMA, as well as some potential state funding that would come in that would also be on a rebate basis. What the proposal was for utilization of Measure E was to provide an initial capital infusion into the program to get the retrofits going, and then do that on kind of a loan basis. And I'm happy to talk through, Councilmember, with you sort of the modeling we've done around that and the work that we're going to be bringing back with our work around a community development finance agency and then a program administrator to comprehensively address the problem and provide an ease of onboarding for landlords and tenants, kind of limiting cost. A lot of analysis kind of went into that, and I can talk to you about that in more detail.
Thank you. I appreciate you catching me and my fellow new council members up to speed on this issue. I think it's direction that's worth, maintaining consideration, especially as we're having conversations about Measure E and what the priorities for the city are on allocating Measure E funding. Going back to the question I asked in the previous presentation, where does staff anticipate the long-term fiscal impact of prioritizing emergency interventions over permanent solutions?
I guess I'm not understanding the question. Do you mean, like, what do we see as the cost-benefit analysis across strategic investments across the housing continuum of prioritizing one point over another?
Right. What does that forecast look like?
Again, since there are public subsidies across that entire continuum, I would defer to council and mayor to provide direction as to where do you want to make those investments. Because at any push and pull along that, on any point on that continuum, there are trade-offs across the system.
I can just jump in also too. I think one of the slides I really liked from this presentation is, I don't know if it's still slide 75, but it's got the blue, we call it the blue tent and the orange line. So there's the cost of the shelter program, then there's a cost of permanent supportable housing. And I think, just both of those are sort of staggering in the numbers that would be required. And so, the trade-off is going to be with us. The challenge is really just hard sort of to comprehend, but I think there will be challenges and trade-offs either way. If we're doing sheltering, there's going to be trade-offs. If we're not doing sheltering, there's going to be trade-offs. If we're doing permanent supportive housing, there's going to be trade-offs. So I just think that tent shelter, when you get a chance to look at it, I think that will be with us for many budget cycles to come.
Thank you for that clarification. I had mentioned in my previous comments about the OLIVE program, which Councilmember Cohen also acknowledged, and I think it's a very relevant point that was made about the importance of prevention, because this is a citywide and a county-wide issue of reshuffling lived-in vehicles And so to find solutions that are going to really alleviate the problem that we're facing is the approach that is going to best serve all of us and all of our districts. So my question to staff is regarding the OLIVE program, is this a cost-effective program for addressing the issues that OLIVE was intended to solve, which, as I understand it, are cleaner waterways, trash removal, and blight reduction?
Hey, Councilmember Campos, Omar Passons. So it's too early. The program just started the first week of January. I will say I think your point at the very end is an important one, which is, unfortunately, as a city, we have lots of different problems and challenges that we have to solve, right? Getting people off the street is one of them, but also dealing with issues related to protecting our environment and et cetera, are also things that we have to focus on. When we come back, the Department of Transportation is coming back as part of a consolidated set of reporting with 3 months worth of data in April, and we'll be able to give you a little bit better sense of what we're seeing in terms of, reduction. They also have a tiering system for vehicular encampments, so we'll be able to get some more insight about what has been in terms of the benefits and things and challenges and that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. And so as we're having these conversations about our budget, how can we as a council explore redirecting resources, if we find that the OLIVE program isn't as cost effective in addressing the areas of concern, and reinvesting those resources into solutions like safe parking sites, which we have very limited capacity and very high need and high demand for?
So that would be a policy decision of the body. So there would be the opportunity to bring something forward through a rules memo for discussion, more likely in that scenario, specific to the OLIVE program, because there was prior council direction through the budget process last year. It would be a program that we would most likely want to consider adjusting through the budget process this year. I will say in my March budget message, we'll certainly be commenting on the issue of RVs overall. I think, again, a challenge is the cost of the program, which is essentially doing more kind of enforcement and management of persistent RV encampments on our streets. That cost equivalent for a safe parking site is not going to get us a lot of RVs off the street. And so it's kind of a balancing act of figuring out what the right trade-off is there. We're obviously we're spending dollars on both. We're spending a couple $1 million to run safe parking sites, and we're spending $1.5 million to do more enforcement. But I think it is worth some more discussion and potential adjustment through the budget process, but that would ultimately be decided in a presumably a March and then a June vote on the budget messages that I'll bring forward. But that's a policy decision of the council.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers, and those were all my questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, council member. Let's go to council member Mulcahy.
I'll make it quick. Expressing the accolades of my colleagues as well for the report and the data. You may have to help me ask this question. So the 5,477 unsheltered in San Jose, and then you sort of went to the county and the city's response to that in terms of shelter. Is that 5,477 county or city?
So that is the city count. That is not a county count. What I included on the one side was just the comprehensive shelter system to which the county operates in the city, and then we have our city shelter system as the comprehensive response to that number.
Okay, great. So the county numbers you provided were San Jose specific. Now, in terms of the county-wide challenge with, any one of us, well, not everybody, but many of us can step into another adjacent city out of our district, right? You have a great relationship, it sounds like, currently working, with county partners. What do we know about the other cities that, immediately adjacent to us in terms of what their responses are? We know what some of the headlines have grabbed around what they intend to do, but what are they actually doing? And do we have a pretty good audit of our neighbors?
So I could start that, Councilmember Mulcahy. Excuse me. We have had some conversations. Last June, we came to council with a few different sites, so we ended up in some conversations with Morgan Hill at the time because one of the locations that we were considering was close to, but not in Morgan Hill. So we had some conversations there, and they have some efforts that are going on in their own community. We've also had conversations up north, a few of the cities that have essentially expressed that they don't really have the resourcing for service provision. There's the one example that's an exception is in, what's the one with the safe parking site that's by the fire, Mountain View. Thank you, Cupid. Mountain View has a safe parking site near the fire station up there that we've gone up and looked at a little bit when we were in the process for Berryessa. So there's, I would say, some level of some action by some of our neighbors, but I think to the point that have been raised about getting the state potentially looking at action that would encourage more participation from the cities that are outside large cities like ours would probably be helpful.
Thank you. That was very diplomatic. I guess maybe Cupid, maybe you could help with this one. When we talk, or Eric, when you were talking about the, sort of the bulk buy of those services, I know, Eric, you and I have talked about Arena Hotel specifically, the operator, and then there's various contracts for those other services. I'm sure promoted some of this change. Who will be managing those contracts? Will it still be the on-site provider who's managing those, or we will be doing that out of our shop?
Thanks, council member. We will be doing that out of our shop.
Okay. And have we looked at kind of going in line with especially the security piece? Are we looking at standardizing our expectations of our residents in these properties?
You are absolutely correct. So that's exactly what we're trying to do across our EIH portfolio and across the portfolio of owned assets, including our safe parking and the potential of Taylor Street.
Okay. I'll finish with a little good news. The CVS you talked about next to the Arena Hotel has been leased subject to a CUP. So there's hope there, which is good. And I think a kind of a, two ends of a year when I started campaigning, that had just happened. The CACs were happening, and it was a very, created a lot of distrust in the community. I'm hoping with somebody stepping back in and leasing that building says that, we've come a long way in a year, and we'll hopefully continue that. So thanks for the responses.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you for giving us the picture where we can at least have a direction where we're going, and that's huge for the city of San Jose and for my colleagues. So that 5,477 number is what we have now, but it doesn't predict how many people continue to come over the years.
So as we look at inflow rates, we will be updating this number on an annual basis so that we can better understand as getting our 4 points of data into the equation to say where we at today. Doing a projection model out beyond the next year or more gets very more guessing than math.
Well, I think it seemed like we're getting more and more unsheltered residents than any other city or county for that matter around us. And I see that number continue to grow. And so, yes, I know it's difficult, but we can predict that it's continue to grow. So that $234 million annual operation cost, have you break down that cost to what belonged to the county and what belonged to the city, so that way we can be very clear who is responsible for a certain cost?
We have not done that analysis yet. We know based on projections related to CalAIM or Med-Cal reimbursements, the sort of county contribution at kind of the max end of that is about 20% per capita per cost. So again, it's not covering the full cost, but it's helping to bring down that number as we continue to do our collaborative work with the county.
I think it's important that we have a clear expectation and accountability when we have those conversations with our county, including our state. And you're absolutely correct a little bit earlier when you said there is no continuum of care when our unsheltered resident in constant motion. Because if we don't have a clear area where we can have those accountability, right, of the numbers and of the services, we'll never have that continuum of care. Do you agree with that?
I think what you're referring to is sort of the comprehensive way in which the COC sort of addresses the issue. And I think to the points raised earlier, you know, the 5-year plan was more aspirational rather than practical and driven on some more immediate solutions. And as we're beginning the collaborative work with the county and the various other partners to craft the next 5-year plan, an overwhelming majority of the analysis that we have created is going to go into that plan so we can identify more practical and deliverable solutions.
Thank you. And Mayor, to your statement earlier, the indirect and direct cost is very real. Just the police department responded to 30,000 calls for unsheltered, 11,000 from the fire department. That's not including ambulance costs and many other costs. Now, according to the recent interview from Local 230 with Spotlight, there were more than 4,200 outdoor campfires that could cause many, besides just a campfire, it could have caused possibly, right, a large fire with wind-driven, similar to what happened down in LA. Down in LA was 16,000 structure that was burnt down. I believe 25 lives were lost and many other costs. And those are the indirect costs. That's not including the environmental costs, right? The waterways that been tainted, the biohazard, the hazardous material, the garbage, and many other response to, you know, our unsheltered residents. And I think it's if we really truly put the numbers together, I think it'll be way above the $65,000 per person if we do nothing. And according to, look at your number, if we have what you call a congregated shelter, and we're not talking about just bunk beds. When I talk about congregated shelter, we're talking about possibly a cubicle with a locked door with dignity and respect and wraparound services where we can separate men, women, family, drug addiction to mental illness. And your number was only approximately around, what, $28,000 to set up and continuous service around $29,000 or $30,000 per person.
Yes, congregate shelter is a cost-effective solution, and that's why it's included in the consideration of all the different types that we're looking at for build-out.
And not only that, it would help us centralize, right, the services and have tracking of how good are unsheltered residents moving from one process to another. Just like, you know, you're going to school, right? You're graduating from middle school and up to high school to college, and how effective our taxpayer money is doing. Thank you so much for the great work. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. Appreciate that. I do know there will be some correction of the Spotlight numbers. They, I think, got some inaccurate data that were sent, but nonetheless, I think your point stands that the impacts are tremendous, they're unacceptable, and we've got to do more to prevent things like fires out in our encampments. But there will be a correction on that story because it was not actually checked with the department that tracks and reports that data. Okay, let's go to, which is not the fault of anybody at City Hall, just to be clear. Let me go to Councilor Casey next.
Thank you, Mayor. To the extent it's possible, please consider attaching, even a back-of-the-envelope ROI calculation, taking into consideration all of the costs to our city services. If we didn't pursue this path, I think it'd be helpful to just contextualize what an opportunity this is to actually make an investment in our unhoused population and the issue that we're dealing with. So I'd appreciate it, if possible. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. Thanks for putting a finer point on it. I think that is something we should keep looking at as we go forward. Okay, I think we've exhausted the questions and feedback and good ideas from the council. Really good conversation that sets up our budget discussion this year. I want to wrap up by really thanking our team here, Eric, Cupid, Banu, Omar, Jim Lee, and everybody. I know many people in the housing department and other parts of the organization worked very hard to help put together this presentation and the model behind it, and there's a lot of great work going on and a lot more to come. We are going to move to the final step here, which is public comment. See how many members of the public made it, hung in there. I appreciate you all being so patient. We'll turn to Tony for public comment, and then we'll adjourn.
Okay, I'm going to call your name, first name. There's no particular order, just whoever gets to the microphone first can start going. Everybody else can line up behind. I have Mark Lewis, Ali Victorine, Gary Cooper, I think Gary left, Irene Smith, and Natalie Lopez. We'll start with those.
Good evening, my name is Sam Ho, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you, and it shows that you all care, and that's very encouraging to see our leaders who really care about the well-being of our city. Thank you for your work. My name is Sam Ho. I'm Vice President of Thousand Oaks Neighborhood Association and the District 9 Leadership Group, and my council member is our Vice Mayor Foley there. Congratulations, you deserve it. And certainly Mayor Matt Mahan, as well as all council members. An honor to meet some of you new ones here. We care about our community, and we've talked about this homelessness issue, I believe, at least the last 10 years. And we do care about that, but it seems like it's growing, and I think we need to say, you know, it has to stop. It cannot continue that way. There's a reason why I don't camp out here. I don't have a tent here to sleep at night, or I don't bring sleeping bag here because you would kick me out because it's inappropriate, it's illegal. Same thing in public spaces, whether it's the creeks or it's on the streets. There's got to be some illegal activities that can be considered an illegal activity or inappropriate. And we have to address that, just like if they were sleeping here, or we have issues, crimes taking place here, we have to take care of that before we can sit and talk and discuss about the future for our families and our children. And we have to take care of that safety issue, so there's a domino effect that we're concerned about. And when homelessness is not taken care of right away, it affects our environment, our health, our safety, our fire risk. And therefore, I would put all my money into addressing that homelessness right away, get them out of there, give them a space temporarily so they can find a job, they can resituate and create their life and start again. Sometimes some may take 30 days, some may take 3 months, some may take 3 years, and some may take 30 years. But they gotta be out of the streets, out of the city hall, out of our council members. That's first.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call a few more names because I don't see a lot of people who've come down. Hong Kao, Mary Shriver, and last name Sharma. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Clearly a challenging budget year. My community's access condominiums were in downtown D3. As is the case with many of the city communities, our top quality of life concerns are unsheltered homelessness, safety, both real and perceived, blight, and the viability of our downtown businesses. Our number one concern is unsheltered homelessness. Most significantly is inhumane, and we absolutely have a social responsibility to resolve it. Homelessness factors into our other quality of life concerns as well. Encampments are the source of frequent fires in our areas, especially our parks. There have been threats to personal safety stemming from certain problematic encampment areas, this along sidewalk routes to shopping and along our park trails. The majority of our neighborhood blight is encampment related, and there is the environmental impact to our local river as well. Local businesses are negatively impacted, limiting their ability to thrive. especially in our downtown entertainment districts, which already face enough challenges as they struggle to return to pre-COVID levels of vibrancy. This hindering of economic development negatively impacts tax revenue. We acknowledge the progress so far, but there is a lot more to do. As this challenging budget process begins, please keep top of mind the issues that communities continue to bring to your attention as their top concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable Mayor and Council Member, my name is Hong Kao. I'm Director of FEB Museum. I came here like so many times. I come last year to support for the city in fighting with the homelessness. Today I come here because one of the very concerned issues, with the shortfall of the budget of the city this year. Like I readdress, we understand affordable housing is a very urgent and very the issue ongoing support. But the support for the homelessness, I think, is much more urgent. And I urge the city continue on that one because for the last year, I heard a lot of positive feedback from the people with the effort of the city, and I think you continue doing it and continue to make the city of San Jose to be the best place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Adar Sharma, and I'm here with my teammates behind me, Tanish Srinivas and Arush Pagaria. We're representatives of the Homeless Helpers, a student-led initiative at Silver Creek High School that donates to the Georgia Travis Homeless Shelter. We've seen firsthand how homelessness strips people of their humanity, forcing them to go days without food, sleep in unsafe conditions, and suffer from illnesses. But this crisis isn't just about those experiencing homelessness. It affects all of us. I would like Tanish to come to the stand to explain how.
Hello, I'm Tanish. But this crisis impacts all of San Jose. When people have nowhere to go, they sleep in parks, outside businesses, and in public spaces. Taxpayers end up paying more for short-term solutions, sweeps, emergency care, and policing, rather than real fixes, like housing and mental health support. Thus, the longer we wait, the worse the problem becomes. Now I'm going to give it to my friend Arush.
So like my team member said, this is why homelessness must be our top priority in this year's budget. We need funding for permanent housing, mental health care, and job assistance. Real solutions, not just temporary fixes. If high school students like us can step up to help, our city and community must do the same. So let's invest in lasting change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call Allison, Robert, and Sandra.
Hi, I'm Irene. I belong to Rotary San Jose, and I am part of the Unhoused Impact Committee, which is working for solutions in this space. We're impressed by the work of Dignity Moves, and I haven't, for the past 4 years, almost 5 years, I've been going out with a pastor on 15th Street every other Sunday. And just when you're putting costs together, consider this little story about Ralph, who he is program resistant. He's been on the streets for 5 years. 2 years ago, he got dragged by a car. He got multiple brain and skull injuries, and he was put in Valley Med for no fewer than 3 surgeries. Regarding the financial metrics and the modeling you're doing in costs, consider the possibility of collaboration with Valley Med and some of the costs that they are incurring. And that's.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The term homeless is too one-sided and misleading. The homeless we see on the streets are not in their situation because of financial difficulty. The people who end up homeless are the ones who destroy their relationships by their own actions. The actions that force friends, family, and apartment managers to have these dysfunctional people removed from their residence as follows: physical violent assaults, intimidation, fear, threats, stealing, destroying the property, drug addictions, verbal assault, conducting criminal activity, not respecting others, not obeying the home rules, filth, and then refusing to be productive and get a job, just draining their friends and family financially and mentally. After many chances, there comes a point when their friends and family can't take the abuse from them anymore, and they must leave. I worked as a correctional deputy in Santa Clara County for 27 years, and I spent a large portion of my time working the maximum security jail units. Many of these inmates housed in these units were homeless, violent, mentally ill, or drug-addicted individuals. They were placed in single cells because they were a danger to others. While they were in jail, they were provided treatment. When they got released, they went back to living on the streets with no treatment. These individuals need to be given a bed at a treatment facility, allowing them to get help, and by doing so help keep the public safe, but by not receiving treatment in a facility, these individuals not only get worse, but they also continue to commit crimes. They are rearrested repeatedly, going in and out of jail, and is putting an unnecessary burden on our law enforcement. My sister was murdered by her son, who was violent, mentally ill, and drug addicted. He was for years in and out of jail for assaultive crimes. Each time after being released, he did not receive treatment for his behavior. His assaultive behavior grew exceedingly more violent each time, resulting in the murder of my sister. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Tom, Mike, and Beth.
Oh, do you have my thing there? Thank you so much. Here to advocate again for Dignity Acres Emergency Campground. The location, ideally, Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. While we continue to solve more comprehensively, this is an a place for immediate help in this time of crisis. The funding could come from Prop 1, Measure E, grants, bonds, plus all the money saved by no longer funding failure. It is time-saving, cost-saving, and the humanitarian benefits are as follows. The infrastructure is already built. There's 160 plus acres. There's buildings, plumbing, bathrooms, kitchen, water, already there. One convenient location for garbage pickup. One convenient location for donations, food, clothes, water. One convenient location for social service outreach. This gives first responders a place today, now, right away, for the relocation of unsheltereds who are currently colonizing waterways, shopping plazas, parks, along freeways, etc. We have detailed information at notonnoble.blogspot.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call Orlana, Yogi, Ruben, and Elizabeth.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Allison Singalani, Director of Policy with SV at Home. You're being called on to make some really tough decisions over the next few months, and we really appreciate your thoughtful deliberation and the extensive work that staff has done. I also really appreciate the support we've heard on council tonight for homelessness prevention, which is both incredibly cost-effective and also recognizes the dignity and the humanity of our residents. We do need emergency interim shelter and permanent affordable housing. We also need market rate housing, and we need all of these things because we have residents at a broad range of incomes who all need a place here that they can afford to live. Affordable housing for lower income residents is a vital part of the solution to our community's housing affordability priority that our residents have given us years after years. And it's not just nice to have, right? Our community and our economy depend on it. Without it, we'll continue to face declining population, losing our families, and risking the vibrancy that we have worked so hard to build in our city. We need to be pulling together to identify the resources we need to move these forward. These are challenging times, but San Jose is up to the task. San Jose is known for innovation. When we're faced with a challenge, we don't shrug our shoulders and walk away. We find solutions. So I ask that each of you continue to apply San Jose's talent and leadership to making sure that every resident of San Jose has a safe, stable, and affordable place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. Our city's budget deficit is alarming but not surprising. The City Council has poured millions into nonprofits to counter homelessness, but the spending is merely funding failure. Guided by homeless advocates, nonprofits have enabled the unhoused to camp in squalor in our city, while providing little or no help for those in need of mental health and drug addiction treatment. Surrounding cities have had similar outcomes with their nonprofits and advocates and are now trying new tough love strategies, like strictly prohibiting camping in public. Unfortunately, the individuals displaced by other cities will go where public camping is tolerated, like here in San Jose. To counter this, you must adopt similar policies to our neighbors. We cannot afford to house the entire Bay Area homeless population. For our existing 6,000 unhoused individuals, we must build temporary emergency congregate shelter like Dignity Acres until permanent solutions are found. Here's my three-part plan for reducing the homeless population in our city. Number one, redefine San Jose's sanctuary city policy. Since we have no sanctuary or shelter to offer, we should not attract more unhoused people here with an offer of sanctuary. Number two, rather than investing in temporary high-cost, low-density, tiny homes, we must partner with the county to build mental health and drug rehabilitation facilities. Until these are built and staffed, tent cities like Dignity Acres must be implemented on an emergency basis. Number three, hire more police dedicated to enforcing laws to A, prohibit camping and littering, B, to protect unregistered vehicles from parking on city streets, and C, to enforce strict no-return policies for cleared encampments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Yogi. I'm a citizen of, neighbor of Chenoweth Avenue, and I come here very disheartened by the OLLI program. I understand the budget's commitment to making the homelessness the #1 priority. Homelessness is a severe crisis on our street, impacting our quality of life and safety. That's why we were hopeful from the OLLI program. But as I drove by today to come to this council chambers, all the RVs are lined up on the side streets to come back this Thursday as the OLLI program lifts up. So it could have been an opportunity to address this as a permanent solution and making Chenoweth as a permanent tow-away zone, since none of the neighbors use that spot for parking any day like in the past year. So I request all of you all to think about the policies that we create when we have so much of deficit in our budget already on where we are spending our tax dollars. Every dollar is very much important for us to have safe neighborhoods, not just to address homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Funk, and I'm with Dignity Moves. And I just want to say, first of all, a huge commendation to the staff, to Eric and Cupid and their team for doing some truly thoughtful analysis. I really believe that when you quantify and name a problem, you're already halfway to solving it. Having a really good understanding of the size and scope of this is essential. But I also want to commend all of you, because talking about a focus on unsheltered homelessness is very brave. In this environment, there is still a big focus on only permanent housing being the only thing that ends homelessness, because it is the only thing that ends homelessness. And yet unsheltered is the most visible, the most inhumane, and the one part of this problem that is actually solvable. And doing so takes the pressure off of the system, and it's also the part where everybody is the most frustrated. So having the courage to do that anyway. But I want to say that that strategy is the intersection of a whole lot of powerful forces. The humane and the people who care about the dignity and the justice want to see everyone indoors. The general public, who quite frankly doesn't want to say it, but they kind of feel like they deserve to have their parks and sidewalks clean, those folks are interested in interim solutions. But the one that I don't think we understand very well is it is also the fiscally responsible solution. And when you look at these numbers, it looks like big numbers. They are big numbers. But the cost of letting the status quo happen is scattered across a whole bunch of departments that you can't tally. But I can tell you it's about twice what we're talking about here. So it's not only humane, it is fiscally responsible. And when the right decision isn't being able to be made in one department, that's what you guys are for. Because go one level up and it's the right decision for you as a city, even if it's not the right decision for one department or another. That's why we have government. So I really want to commend you because I think truly San Jose is on track to be the first major U.S. city to really solve one of the most embarrassing and inhumane problems in our society. And I'm proud for Dignity Moves to be a little part of it, but I'm cheering for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I have called every card. So if you submitted a card and you didn't hear me call your name.
Let me just ask, folks were so patient to stick around through hours of our discussion. Did anyone else want to speak? Is this our last speaker? Please come on down and sit in the first row if you still wanted to speak. Go ahead, sir. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, my name's Ruben, and I'm just, you know, these slides are just projections that you have, but where's all the money coming from? I know we have a deficit here at the city, and you know, hey, you guys aren't taking care of business, and you guys are living in a fantasy.
All right. Any other comments? Okay.
Back to council.
Thank you. We're going to adjourn our study session. Thanks, everybody.